After paying the bail, the court also gave the Inspector General of Police and the Director of Public Prosecutions 14 days to respond to the application, with the case set for hearing on September 16th. Gachagua was on Monday arrested over alleged incitement remarks. Allies of Gachagua have alleged that the OCS at Kamukunji Police Station has declined to release the MP.
So I want to tell Kenyans, any Kenyan who will be arrested tonight, akiletwa Kamukunji Police Station, anafaa aseme saa imeisha. Kwa sababu tumeambiwa saa imeisha. That means there is no service. Tumewauliza saa imeisha aje? Wamesema saa imeisha hivi hospitali. Kwa hivyo pia wasilete mtu hapa usiku mpaka kesho.
A section of nurses in Kisumu staged protest on Monday as the nationwide strike entered its sixth day, demanding the implementation of their collective bargaining agreement and the resolution of long-standing grievances. Kisumu Branch Secretary Andrew Otieno says the nurses will remain on strike until the government implements the 2017 Return to Work Agreement, honors the CBA, and addresses concerns over career progression.
Number one reason why we are on the streets, and I want to make it known that in Kisumu County, all facilities are closed. Correct. All level 4 facilities, level 3, level 2, all of them are closed, and nurses have decided to come out. Yes. The reason why they are coming out is, number one, they want their return to work agreement that was signed in 2017 be honored, be implemented. Without being implemented, nurses are going to join other nurses in the whole Republic of Kenya not to go back to work.
Jubilee Deputy Party Leader Fred Matiang'i has been appointed to the Azimio Coalition's National Council, the coalition's top decision-making organ. Former Meru Governor Peter Munya and former Embu Senator Lenny Kivuti have also joined the council. The appointments were announced by Azimio Council Secretary General Karoli Omondi, who said the changes are part of a broader reorganization.
The council made a decision to admit 2 new members into its ranks. That is His Excellency Fred Matiang'i, the Honorable former Governor His Excellency Peter Munya, and Honorable Senator Lenny Kivuti to become the new council members. So there are 3 new members to the council. And thirdly, the council also made a decision to invite one of our founding members, DAP Kenya Party, to rejoin the coalition.
And that's the Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truth and bold insights. How are you doing? My name is Bungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa City. Vipi wambaje, ushindaje, unlalaje, unkwan vipi?
Yeah, niko mzima kaka.
Yes.
Nimekuuliza
swali kama 4, lazima ujibu zote 4 bro.
See, I've answered that question, that response that nimekupatia.
Covers all of them.
It's an all-encompassing response.
Hivyo ndivyo mtu anaanguka exams, because swali 4 wewe umejibu umepeana jibu moja.
Actually, I've done more than that. I've advised them to ask their questions in a better way.
Okay.
Because all those questions ask the same thing.
So not only have you answered your own things, but you've also set your own examination question and answered it.
Actually, I've gone beyond even setting my own questions.
Right.
I have found fault with the people who set the exam in the first place.
I'll give you E for effort. Uko tu fiti nayo. Lakini karibu tena sana huku kwetu. Like I told you, this entire week is the World Breastfeeding Week ilianza tarehe 1 itaisha tarehe 7. Kwa hivyo tunawakumbusha akina mama wote ambao wako na watoto wadogo ambao walizaliwa tu juzi, tafadhali kunyonyesha ni miezi 6 exclusive, alafu uweza kuextendi hadi miaka 2, lakini miezi 6 ile ya kwanza hiyo ni lazima. Wanasemanga sio tafadhali, it's a must. Wajua, if you want your child to grow by there, on a serious note, check that out. Meanwhile, what is significant about today? A couple of things. Let me check out something that happened during World War I. Following Germany's invasion of neutral Belgium, Great Britain declared war on Germany, marking Britain's official entry into the First World War. This happened in 1914, on a day like today. Following Germany's invasion of neutral Belgium, Great Britain declared war on Germany, marking Britain's official entry into the First World War. And these guys did the First World War 1914. Wakaendelea, no, actually ilianza 1913. Wakaendelea wakatulia. Then kidogo like this wakaanza tena 1939. Walikuwa nakaa hivyo, naona pana hivi vita nikeja tosha. We didn't kill enough people. Yeah, we need to kill a little bit more. Let's do this again. And they did it again.
You know, when you find a group of people who have spent a very long time fighting each other,
yes,
and who consider it very regular, normal sport to pillage, to kill, to take other people's properties because they are mightier, should you then be surprised if they then decide that there's a continent they're going to divide, and they determine among themselves how to divide that continent?
Yeah.
If you look at the term indentured worker, that was a slave.
Yes.
And there is no community on this planet that didn't have such terms. The difference was that when the Europeans came into this particular venture of slavery, they went industrial on it.
Yeah.
And they went into an export business, and slaves were just referred to as cargo, in all honesty.
They were commodities, yes.
They were commodities, and not only were they commodities, they were even insured.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
You see, a lot of what we see, you need to understand what was the thing that made Britain great. The commerce in those days, sugar was a big thing. So that's why there are plantations in the Caribbean, plantations in Jamaica. Tea later became a big thing. Rubber was a big thing. So when you look at, and all these were agricultural based.
Yes.
So you needed labor. So slavery as a business made sense. Because this is free labor, literally, because you don't have to pay it. You just need to house it and feed it. It's not any different from your horses or other animals that you use. The only difference, this one talks to you.
Yeah.
Yes. But when you look at that particular thinking, do you really imagine that it goes away?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Inabakingi tu hapo.
Yes.
And yeah, sorry.
But usually by the time they export certain attitudes to us, they practice it among themselves. The First World War, as we call it, it was not a world war, man. Just look at the people who were protagonists.
Yeah.
Canada wasn't involved. India was brought into it later. China was not involved. Russia was not involved. The Americans were not involved. So how do you make it a world war? It was a European war.
You know, when you think about it, critically, you will still see those remnants of let me just put it this way. Si unajua watu wanajitanga white supremacists huko US.
Wale my brother.
They even have like an entire community where kiangai ukionekana wewe kama mtu mweusi, they shoot you on the spot.
Wale brother wako na shida nyingi.
Wakiona tu mtu mweusi hivi, yani on the spot, hapo wanamalizana na wewe.
Hiyo dini yao haiwaruhusu ku accommodate watu weusi. But you see again, the class system that existed for the longest time in Europe, and it was structured, it was to prop up the elite.
Yeah.
And if you remember, people who ended up being kings were not nice people who were elected.
They fought their way to that position.
They were extremely violent people who killed very many people to get to that position. Those who inherited the throne over time did not need to be violent because other people could be violent on their behalf.
Yeah.
So again, that culture is not something that is historical. It is something that characterizes a people. Yes.
Okay. All right. There you have it. Again, just a reminder, it is World Breastfeeding Week. Sasa, so msisahau hiyo mambo. Wacha nione kama kuna kitu ya maana ilifanyika Kenya wakati kama huu. August 1st, 1982, this is like 3 days ago. The attempted military coup against President Daniel Arap Moi by Air Force elements led by Hezekiah Ochuka took place. That is August 1st, 1982. And then in 1961, in this particular month, Bado, something I'll probably remind you later on, August 21st, Jomo Kenyatta was released by British authorities after serving 9 years of imprisonment and restriction following the Mau Mau rebellion. It wasn't 7 years. It was 9 years, eh? I don't know why my mind was telling me it's 7 years. But anyway, it happened on August 21st, 1961. Mzee Jomo Kenyatta aliachiliwa na wakoloni after serving 9 years of imprisonment and restriction following the Mau Mau rebellion. There you go. There you have it. Siti, tupatie methali yetu.
Right. We are still in the kingdom of Morocco. Say nice things to your friend when you're around others. It actually says around others. Chastise him face to face.
I agree with that one. You know, you tell people, Siti anakuanga msempoa nini, lakini ukiwa naye, lakini mbona Siti unaniingilianga hivyo?
Kichwa kwa saa zingine nataka.
Yani huwezi tutulia tu. Lazima yani kila kitu kweni aggression nini. Lazima ukanyange watu. Huwezi tulia tu.
Kwani kuna msumari katika hiyo kiatu?
Actually, I find myself in those situations every other time about very many people. And someone will have an opinion about someone and you will listen to them and be like, okay. And you'll tell me, well, I don't think it's that. I think this person is just, and then you give your side of how you look at this particular person. Lakini mbele yake unarudi unamwambia, unajua according to watu wengine huko nje wanasema wewe unakuanga manzejo kichwa mbaya sana.
Wewe
uko na matusi mingi.
Wewe manoki.
Mdomo yako ni chafu. Si jaribu kutone down on vitriol. Ongea tu pole vizuri na watu.
Kuna watu kama hiyo. Sambulia kuna watu.
People will have opinions about even your girlfriends and boyfriends. And then you tell them hapana, usiongee baje demi yangu wewe. Alafu kirudi home. Manzi unajua uko nje unachomanga sana wewe. Uchoma sana bana. So yes, it happens. These Moroccans knew what they were saying. And I absolutely respect them for that. Ukipatana nao waambie manzejo wapewe kitu kwa bili yangu. Ulisema King Mohammed the what? The 4th? The 5th? 6th?
6th or 4th? 6th, yeah.
Okay. Shout out to His Majesty. Let's get down to business and check out radiogeneration.co.ke. Yesterday I hosted Honorable Didmas Baraza.
Good for you.
Kimilili MP. Nikamuuliza kama anaweza kuja asubuhi tufanye gumzo na yeye. Akasema kuamka saa zingine kidogo inakuanga tricky because he goes all the way till late in the night. So he wouldn't wake up early enough for this particular show. But nonetheless, we had a very good conversation with him, asked him several questions, including that issue of the gentleman that died during elections or during campaigns? But kuna jamaa aliaga dunia towards the I think it must have been either election day or a day before election
2022.
Yes. The details are scanty for now, but the point is someone died and it is alleged that Mahesh shot him. Yes, but the case went to court and he was actually found not guilty.
Yes, there's a little detail.
Jamaa alienda akapatikana not guilty huko, na hiyo kesi ikaisha tu hivyo na maisha ikaendelea. He spoke about some of the things that he has done in his county, good stuff, in his constituency rather, good stuff. And I wish the people of Kimilili all the best, but now he wants to become Bungoma governor. Sijui watu watasema namna gani. Lakini acha tuangalie mambo ya Winnie Odinga. Winnie Odinga says she's yet to decide on supporting Ruto's re-election bid. Hiya. I thought this thing was done and dusted.
No, it's not. That is Winnie speaking, bro.
Yeah. But even for her, I thought it was done and dusted. Especially when she joined the Linda Ground faction that is no longer grounding. But anyway, East Africa, sio story waliondokea. They said no more Linda Ground manenos, we are just now ODM. We are done with saying that, we are a faction called Linda Ground. There is no Linda Ground. We are just ODM, full stop. East Africa Legislative Assembly MP Winnie Odinga has said she is yet to decide whether she will support President William Ruto's bid for a second term in the 2027 general election, while insisting that ODM has also not reached a final position on its next presidential candidate. Yeah. Speaking during an interview, Winnie said questions about the 2027 race remain open, both for her personally and for the Orange Democratic Movement, adding that the party's official position can only be determined through its internal structures. Responding to whether she would campaign for President Ruto's re-election, Winnie admitted she had not settled on her own position. This is a smart answer. So do you support the president? Well, I am... What I can say is that personally, as Winnie Odinga, I have not yet come to that realization. So it's a bit too early to say who I'm going to support for president.
But
unajua politician akiongea hivi inamaanishanga two things. Either number one, she's been very honest. Like, guys, I've not yet decided who I'm going to support for president. Yeah, because maybe she's also waiting to see who the opposition will present as a candidate. They are saying, guys, I think I'm going to go with the opposition candidate, right? Or two, anangojea apigiwe simu, alafu aone message ya M-Pesa. Unajua ile inakujanga confirmed. Alafu kuna maneno mengi hapa hivyo, RGQW6142 received X amount of money. Your account balance is now this. Hivyo ndivyo pia inaweza kuwa. Because mimi nikakuwa in a position whereby watu wanangojea kujua ni nani na support. Bro, naambia tumeni kakiru bana. Mwenye the highest bidder gets my support. Hivyo ndivyo politicians wanafanyanga. But anyway, that's that. Somali Deputy Prime Minister.
And that support would amount to what exactly?
The amount of money?
No, what you're paying for. Because if somebody insists...
I want her to endorse me. If I'm paying her.
And how will that help?
Her support base.
And what is this support base?
Whatever she has. Even if she has 13 women behind her, I'll pay her according to 13 the support base. Unajua mtu akikuja na kitu, for example, see right now the perception is that Sifuna has got crowds, has got the numbers. You know, he's got his people behind him, right? And then there is let me pick out someone. Salasia. I don't know what Salasia has, but whatever check I would write Salasia wouldn't be the same as what I would write Sifuna, for example. So, support base.
Okay. Yeah. The support base that people speak of,
yes.
It becomes that, since we're talking about commodities earlier on, and we're attaching it to human beings.
Yes.
Again, a support base is something you can trade with.
And it happens all the time.
Kalonzo has a support base.
Yeah.
Rigathi Gachagua has a support base.
Mbona unataka kusema Kindiki? Okay, so endelea.
No, I didn't think of it. But you are the ones brought it to my mind. I don't see the support base.
Okay.
ODM was so closely tied to Raila Odinga that the name ODM is what people will support. But as to whether there's somebody who has stood out,
Bado.
Oburu doesn't inspire confidence. And
doesn't inspire you. I'm sure he inspires someone somewhere. I mean,
but I'm talking about myself.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. When you inherit a party such as ODM, one gets the impression that the thing you need to do is to be a unifying factor.
Yeah.
That I haven't seen.
Okay.
There are those who argue that it is Sifuna who decided to break away and that he was always of that particular view. One Peter Kaluma has said so on many occasions. But if there isn't tolerance within political parties, then where else will you see tolerance? That's number one. Number two, I don't really know what happens in political parties. I honestly don't know. I know what I'm told. I know what I read. But where the problems begin, I can't tell you. I find it in mid-motion. And so I'm busy trying to figure out what exactly I am seeing.
Okay.
But what I see from ODM, those divisions were there when Raila was alive.
Yes, they were. They definitely were.
It's just that he was a unifying factor. So it didn't matter what the differences were, people stayed together. In his absence, now the differences came out in the open.
Gulu ikiendanga siti hivyo ndivyo kunaendanga.
Yes, so.
Yeah.
And when with reference to Dr. Buru Odinga, that role that his brother played is a difficult one. It's a difficult act for anyone to follow. Yes.
Something that Didmas Barasa alisema jana. He said, Kimilili MP Didmas Barasa has defended Kenya Kwanza's plan for choosing President William Ruto's running mate in the 2027 general election, saying the coalition will once again rely on political calculations, regional balance, and the strength of its opponents before settling on a candidate. Yeah, he was saying this in regards to, because I asked him, will you guys, still go with Kindiki till the very end? He said he doesn't see the reason why not right now. But I asked him again, we're seeing other names being fronted. Mara kuna Gladys Wanga, Mara kuna Joho, Mara kuna Oparanya, Mara sasa ni nani?
But all the people you've mentioned are ODM people.
So akasema, because of the broad-based arrangement, UDA, perhaps I was asking him, are you going to bring in someone else? Because Kindiki is UDA. So you're going to bring in someone else who's not UDA into the fore. And he said, if the times call for that, then yes. And he said that they're also waiting to see akina Kalonzo watachagua nani kama president na running mate. And that will advise on their specific running mate.
I never cease to marvel at the short-sightedness of politicians. You see, this entire discussion, and every time we talk to politicians, wannabe actual politicians, aspiring, man, I have never come across of self-serving, self-interested individuals like these. Their entire conversation tells you the person that is the least concerned to them is this person who votes for them. Their conversation is about the games they're going to play in their political parties against. It's like they're discussing a football match against the other team. Nani ameweka number 9? But tunangojea ndio sasa sisi tuweke number 9 yetu.
Lakini sasa si pia lazima at the end of it all, say they decide to go with even Kalonzo Musyoka as their running mate. Si ni kumaanisha number 1 jamaa anakuja na base, and then of course number 2 Kalonzo atakuja tu pale because nimekuja na the Kamba vote. Of course atakuwa zile za guys, we need to have a manifesto for Kenyans, we need to have a but by the time we are discussing all these manifestos and Vision 2060 and Vision 2032 and what we shall do for Kenyans, nimekuja na hizi numbers because I convinced. For example, how does a kingpin convince his people to follow him?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't convince them. They decide.
Yes. Why did they decide?
That is always the puzzle. I cannot explain.
Kwa mfano, mbona Wajaluo walikuwa nakufa na Raila? Mbona?
But yeah, Raila's is simple. That one is not difficult to explain. First of all, look at the times, contextualize it. Look at the marginalization of that region. And that region, by the way, is not just Luo land, even Western Kenya. Okay? Then look at the ethos with which the Luo community judge people. There's a word we use, thorn. Okay? It's not bravery. It's not gravitas. It's a combination of all that.
Right.
Raila represented all of it. Somebody went to prison not once, not twice, thrice. Okay? Somebody who was willing to stand up against a regime that people were not willing to.
And then there you have it. Because at the end of it all, yes, there's an individual, there's a personality, but he stood up for something. He made noise about something. He pointed out problems, mistakes where they were. He fought for democracy.
He fought essentially what makes people fight. You ask about Raila. They felt this man is speaking for us.
Bas.
This man is our voice.
Yes.
This man is interested in fighting for things that will benefit us.
Bas. So that's what I'm saying. It goes back to the people. But the conversation where you're right is that sometimes we forget why this all started. And we just focus on who is at the forefront fighting it. But I believe that, and I'm not, of course, kuna politicians where they do not even think about us at all. As long as ameenda pale ameslogania na aka make sure, okay, umeona venye nimerouse crowd. Sasa hiyo crowd ni yangu, munipatie position.
Paul, let me ask you a direct question.
Yes.
Of all these politicians that you see, seriously, which one of them, when they speak, speaks to the voice of the people?
You'd have to give me time to critically think.
Precisely.
Yes.
It requires time. If it was that easy, you'd say, but so and so. That, you know why? You actually know.
Yeah. No, but it's because if I choose a leader, for example, and I say William Ruto, I want to back up my claim. If I say it is Didmus Barasa, for example, I want to back up my claim. I don't want to just say Didmus Barasa and then nataka nikwambie kwa sababu ninaamini A, B, C, D, E, mpaka Z. So, nipatia nafasi hata kama ni kesho. Nikumbushe na nitakujibu hiyo swali.
Kesho ni Wednesday.
Kesho ni Wednesday, yes.
No, Thursday. Utaniambia Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
I got you.
Chukua siku mbili.
Nifikirie.
No.
Then nikuje nikwambie.
Take time, because you see if you look at the conversations we have now, this is probably one of the lowest points of our politics in this country.
Very true.
Because the entirety of the political conversations are about, I understand the discussions about unifying coalition. Oh, that I get. I truly get it. But for what purpose? Okay? We wanted a constitution, we've got one. Okay? Wanted multipartyism, we've got one. We have a youth bulge. If there's one thing we have seen from one government to the other continuously ad infinitum, is youth development funding. What has it changed? Huge budgets are put in. One government comes in, huge youth funds, youth awards.
Yes.
What has it actually changed? Did we need Nyota Fund now? No. If the other funds that were given and the plethora of funds that were earmarked for the youth, had it worked, there would have been no need for the Nyota Fund. There would have been no need for what is this thing that unatumia simu yako kupata?
Hustler.
Yeah, that one. If there was a plan, a proper plan of how you can project and see this as a population, of how to manage that population, and the money is allocated to it appropriately, would we take the discussion would have been, how do we move this to the next level? How do we move from this level? How do we move to the next? These countries we admire and we talk about in Southeast Asia and so forth, that's what they did. Hii yetu ni kuongea tu. So, if you have a leader, any leader, and the vast majority of our leaders are politicians for rural folk, Haki, if they cannot even get their people to be self-sufficient in food,
then there's a problem.
Man. So, not forget export.
Yeah.
Just they can feed themselves. Your grandmother feeds herself and feeds you as well.
Very true.
That's what I mean.
Somalia Deputy Prime Minister surrenders Kenyan citizenship documents after cabinet directive. Allah. Somalia's Deputy Prime Minister Jibril Abdirashid Haji has surrendered his Kenyan citizenship documents, becoming the first member of the country's federal cabinet to publicly comply with a directive requiring government officials holding Kenyan passports to renounce them or leave office. Haji handed over his Kenyan passport, birth certificate, and national identification card to Kenya's Deputy Ambassador to Somalia, Elias Barshil, during a ceremony held in Mogadishu.
Why?
On Monday, August 3rd. Serikali liwaambia, okay, the move
serikali yetu.
Si yetu. Yetu hizi kakwambia urudishe passport na ilikupatia vizuri. The move follows a directive issued by President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud ordering cabinet members with Kenyan passports to give them up or resign from government. So it is their president, Sheikh Mahmoud, who told them, listen guys, we need 150% loyalty, patriotism, nationalism, whatever you want to call it. Na akasema, if you are holding a passport of any other country, that means that you have dual citizenship. My friend, forget it today.
Okay, so what happens when this fellow stops being a government officer? What happens? Can he go and claim back his citizenship?
But he needs to create a good Somalia so that he will never need to leave Somalia. That means if you've made life good in Somalia, you don't need to come to Kenya to enjoy.
Bro, life is good in Kenya, but people leave all the time.
But you get what I'm trying to say, right?
You get what I'm saying. And they'll tell you, CT, wake up, which part of Kenya do you live in? Kenya's full of problems. And I'd say, yes, it has problems. But then so does the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Yes. You know, the rule seems to apply to people who are in positions of authority within government. When you cease to be in those positions of authority, would the rule still apply?
But I'm sure even as a former cabinet secretary, once he's done with this particular office, he can still come to Kenya even as a diplomat, as an ex, you know.
Bro, as we are flexible about these things,
relax.
In fact, what you do, take them, kwenda weka safe.
Tumeshapiga picha, mmepata picha Umeona akinipatia sawa bro. Yeah, take back your documents.
What you do, usiziwacha hapa ni Mogadishu. Wewe, zipeleke, wale jamaa wako bado wako pale, peleke Kenya, wakae tu.
Ama, because I'm going to Kenya next week, mi tapelekea wewe to your family in Kenya. Habana jali, kila kitu kwa sawa, my friend bana. Shida iko wapi? Habana shida, my friend. Sisi atashughulikia wewe hata akimaliza kuwa deputy prime minister. Wewe tarudi tu, sisi ataendelea. Si biashara bado sili anafanya kazi. Yeah, habana jali, my friend. I got you. Let's do this thing called traffic updates and see where you could be stuck or where you are going to be stuck if you're not already stuck.
Traffic.
Ngong Road looking clean. Arguing Skodek pia iko Olympic, hizo side za Kibera ziko sawa. Sunview Estate hiyo pia iko sawa. Nikiangalia huku sehemu za Wayakiwe iko swafe. Wayakiwe mpaka Mountain View, past Mountain View tukirudi nyuma 87 Keno huko Rungiri huko kote kuko sawa. Hata tunaweza enda mpaka huko Gaitubi Gitaru huko kote mko sawa. Then coming to the CBD as well, zero complaints. Yani you guys are moving nywee. Even the CBD itself is looking fantastic, fantabulous. That means that you guys are streaking in vizuri tena sana. Landis Road haina stress. Masai Market hiyo barabara yote ya Moi Avenue iko fiti. Alafu hii Karioko Market sasa tukienda sehemu za Isiliba hali yake iko sawa. Watu wanaingia Juja Road hiyo iko sawa yote. Moi Fasis Academy yote sawa. No complaints. Then we get on to the main highway that is super, I think a super highway. Hii leo iko sawa pia. Sioni traffic mingi sana. Hapa maximum ukifika pale Pangani, ukikwamba sana. Hii ni ile yani umekaa sana. Yani ile the mostest of delays 3 minutes maximum. Going back all I didn't even need to go far back. Garden City. Tuirudi nyuma mpaka Ruaraka. Pale Neema Hospital. Traffic imeanzia hapo. But pia hii haikai ni kama imeshikamana sana. Hii ni sababu ya matatu. Kuna matatu zinasimamanga tu kwa barabara. Alafu zinakosa unnecessary traffic. Hiyo tu ndio kidogo mtapata shida nayo, lakini huko kwingine kote uende mpaka KU, upite KU, rudi mpaka Roiro, hizo barabara zote kuingia town ziko sawa. Hamuna stress yote huko, hamtashikamana. Hata bypass zote nimeona kina Eastern na Southern zote kama zinafanya nini? Ni kama zinasoga vilivyo vyema. Sasa niwapeleke moja kwa moja hadi Mombasa. Mko na mimi I hope. Tukiangalia Mombasa, hii hata sidhani hapa kuna yani hii hata hizi si tuk tu zimesimama pale pamoja zinafanya kama kuna traffic. Sababu barabara iko fiti. Yeah, you guys are moving quite well. I'm looking at Biashara Street, for example, Maalim Juma Muhammad, Kaloleni, Tononoka. Hizo barabara zote ziko sawa. Lakini kama mmekwama, tafadhali. Kama ninaweza kuwa nimetaja barabara yako haina traffic na umekwama hapo, unashangaa what is this guy saying? Please, hala eta brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
So now, let's check out the papers, starting with the Standard front page. Grand coalition in the making. We are seeing a couple of faces here, but let me read the caption. One time is what they have said. A meeting convened by former President Uhuru Kenyatta and held at Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka's SKM command center yesterday bore the hallmarks of a grand opposition coalition taking shape ahead of next year's general election. After admitting 3 new parties into the Azimio la Umoja coalition and opening its doors to more like-minded outfits, the Uhuru-led coalition has stepped up efforts to broaden its national support, with Edwin Sifuna's Linda Mwananchi and Rigathi Gachagua DCP among those being courted. The drive to field a united front and make President William Ruto a one-term leader is gathering momentum, evoking memories. Sorry about that. Asante sana. Evoking memories of the NAC wave that swept to power in 2002. So that entire story you will read on pages 6 and 7 of the Standard newspaper. Then here we have Siti Muga, the 4th president Uhuru Kenyatta. Alafu pale vyo kuna Fred Matiang'i of Jubilee Party. Tuko na Eugene Wamalwa of DAPK. Tuko na Edwin Sifuna ambaye ni wa Linda Mwananchi. Tuko naye Martha Karua wa PLP. We also have Kalonzo Musyoka of the Wiper Patriotic Front, Rigathi Gachagua of DCP, and lastly we have Charity Ngilu, Masani Ngilu. Did you see what she did over the weekend? Alifukuza some 2 MCAs from a function. Kulikuanga na fundraiser. Because they brought, I think one of them brought, I don't know, 1,000. The other one brought, I think it was 2,000. Anyway, the point is they brought less than 5,000 shillings. And these are members of the County Assembly of Kitui County. I think it is Kitui County. It must be Kitui County because the fundraiser was in Kitui County. So she told them that, wait, she was now the one receiving the money. So she received money from these 2 ladies. They were ladies, eh? And she told them, nope. Hii ni pesa ya Kasongo mmetuletea na pesa ya Kasongo inafaa kuwa mingi kuliko hii. Sababu ni pesa ambayo ameibia nani? Wananchi. I'm paraphrasing. Akasema hii ni pesa ya Kalonzo yenye amefanya nini? Ameibia wananchi. So tafadhali kama mnaleta pesa mturudishie pesa yetu ikiwa in full. So first of all, she took the monies that they brought. She gave to the cashier who was receiving the money, and then she told them, now give us the real money. Hii yenye mmetuletea hii ni kidogo sana. You have stolen more funds more than this. Every day we are hearing billions here, billions there. There's no way you're bringing us 5,000 shillings. Ongeza pesa.
Waliongeza?
Ati waliongeza. They didn't, and she asked them to leave. And they left.
I see.
It is right. The video is in Kamba. I don't know if...
and how did the crowd respond?
The crowd cheered. They were so happy with Mama County, aka not Mama County. With
Does she want to be governor again?
I don't think so.
Why?
I don't know. Let me sijui kama anataka kuwa governor. But if she failed, she failed last time she didn't even contest. I don't think she wants to be governor. I don't know what she wants to be. I'll confirm.
There was Malombe.
Yes.
And there was her.
Then Malombe.
Yes.
Wati nitauliza makazins wangu Ngilo nini anataka huko ushango kwetu. But the video is there. It has been doing rounds. Aliwaambia rudisheni hiyo pesa. Hakuna venye mmetumwa hapa na Kasongo, because these are, I think they are opposition MCAs. Aliwaambia hakuna venye mmetumwa hapa na Kasongo kutupatia pesa kidogo hivi. Mtupatie pesa yetu. And there's a guy I'm seeing passing. He's my brother-in-law. He wants to be MP of where Makali Mulu is now.
And Makali Mulu wants to be governor.
Makali wants to be governor.
Okay.
Makali, hiyo governorship ni kama ashaipata tayari. Because ground imechemka na yeye. That much I know. And there is no serious contender in that position. A man who takes his time to sit with people at their moments of grief and pain, that's a man who is loved.
Oh yes. Yani amekuja na amekaa. Si ati akona haraka anaenda mahali, amekaa.
And you know he's not a person for handouts. Hizi handouts tunasikianga tio sijui politicians usually come to rallies. Ati anafu mupange line hivi mpotoe 500.
Hapana.
Makali doesn't do that nonsense.
And he has got it right.
Oh yeah.
He has got it right.
He has. So anyway, Standard newspaper, front page, grand coalition in the making. Those politicians are there. I wish them all the best. Back page says it's down to prayers as under 20 event comes calling in the United States of America. Men compete in the 3,000 meter qualification round of the World Athletics Under 20 Championships in 2022. Hapa ninaona wa Kenya kadhaa, kina Kipsanga, kina Kipyegona, kina Kibet. Kibetu ni Kibet wa Uganda huyo. Na wengine wengi. Sawa sawa. There you have it as far as the Standard is concerned. Alafu tuangalie Daily Nation. Shah mystery firm paid 1.2 billion. Mi sitaielewi mambo ya Shah mi. I don't know. History ya Shah iko na two story mingi. Anyway, acha nisome. They are saying, petitioners say the government has ignored queries of the deductions. So here's the dispute. The uproar by hospitals over a 2% deduction from their total claims paid by the Social Health Authority is now the subject of a court case. With petitioners seeking orders to halt the controversial charges by a private firm. Documents filed in court by 3 petitioners who have named Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale among the respondents by virtue of his office state that Finsprint Limited had received 1.2 billion by July 1st, 2026. Official records show the firm incorporated on July 12th, 2020 has 2 directors and another company whose address is not provided as its controlling shareholder. Now, this story is on pages 4 to 5, yeah? This particular company called Finsprint has got the following directors. The first one is Issa Sheikh Mohammed. He's a director. He's of Kenyan nationality. Na wajasema shares zake ni ngapi hapo. Then we have Impact Soft Technologies Group Limited, also a shareholder. Wajeka PO Box, wanasema the nationality is Kenyan and it has got 575 ordinary shares. And then there's Abdulakim Ibrahim Sheikh. This one is a director and a shareholder. Wameka PO Box yake hapo, is a Kenyan. Ordinary shares zake ni 425. 425. So there you have it. Wanasema hii inapokea 1.2 billions. 1.2 billions wanapeleka wapi? Madaktari si madaktari. UHC workers wanasema hawajalipwa, lakini hapa kuna kampuni as of 1st July received 1.2 billion. And then also, let's not forget, there are some hospitals that haven't been paid yet.
Yep.
They are still claiming their money from NHIF days. But there's a company here that as of 1st of July 2026 has been paid 1.2 billion. Maswala nyeti. I mean, honest questions, yeah? Uhuru's Azimio reaches out to Gachagua and Sifuna camps. Hiyo tumeshawaambia. Kuna watu hapo wako hapo hivyo ambao wanaongea hiyo mambo ya kina Azimio. Breastfeeding without a baby to hold. What's not happening? This one you'll check it out on the Healthy Nation pullout inside the Daily Nation. Back page, Matters Sports. Tanzania play Cote d'Ivoire tonight in a must-win contest. Tanzania's Twiga Stars must beat Cote d'Ivoire tonight in their final Group B match to reach the quarterfinals of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations. This is WAFCON tournament, equivalent of the AFCON, but for ladies. Toughest test yet for Gor in the quest for regional clubs title. Victor Tiedo has written that story on the back page, and you can check it out. All right, over to you, City.
Business Daily. There's in the intelligence section, there is a quotation from the writer who is known as Patricia Murugami. The future will not belong simply to those who earn more. It will belong to those who can think clearly and regulate wisely.
Think clearly and regulate wisely.
As a broad sweeping statement, it is true. If you were to get granular on it, you'll find that the future and what it holds is rarely in the hands of those who think clearly or regulate wisely. No. The moment we got into a global economy, a lot of our futures are not determined by us. We fit into something that has already been determined by a system that is created by people who are not necessarily us. That, unfortunately, is the depressing truth about some of these things. Banks see CBK rate holding amid Middle East uncertainty. Commercial banks accept the Central Bank of Kenya to keep its benchmark rate unchanged at 8.75%. At its policy meeting next week amid ongoing uncertainty in the Middle East. Middle East, Meleta Brugu. Tuju's second current property set for auction. A second prime property owned by former cabinet minister Raphael Tuju is set for auction as the East African Development Bank steps out debt recovery.
They've already listed it, yeah?
Yep. Browse returns beats bounds real estate and savings. Stock market investors gain 1 trillion since November. The Nairobi Stock Exchange rises above 4 trillion milestone for the first time. Investors' wealth in the Nairobi Securities Exchange has crossed 4 trillion for the first time in the wake of a sustained rally in blue chip share prices and the recent entry of Kenya Pipeline Company and then Family Bank. So you browse, 4 trillion. Right, but you see what that tells me?
Yes.
Is that Kenyans understand investments, and investing in Kenya is not as dim as some people paint it to be. Because it's not only Kenyans who buy shares within the Nairobi Securities Exchange. No. If they're trading, they get to that particular level. Because this is an amount that is slightly shy of our annual budget. Yes. So by the time the Securities Exchange gets to that level where it equals the country's, almost equals the country's budget for the year, then it is doing really, really well. Okay. Airtel, Safaricom locked in business wallet price war. Airtel yesterday launched a product to rival Safaricom's Pochi la Biashara, triggering the price war that has cut the cost of customer transfer to micro businesses wallets to zero.
Akina nani wamefungwa hiyo?
Si Airtel.
Wamefungwa pochi yao?
Wao pia wako na pochi Airtel. Right.
I hope their needs are favorable. Their rates.
Yep. They claim to be cheaper.
Well, I hope they are. And I'm saying this for the benefit of all Kenyans.
Well, you see, the thing is, if you look at the competition, even with things like bundles, as we like calling them in Kenya.
Data bundles.
Bundles. So these are bundles. You'll find that their offers are really genuinely competitive. Yes.
The only issue I have with Airtel is connectivity, man. They have good rates. They have, they're obviously cheaper than the competition for sure.
But the network.
Hey, unaweza kuwa unaongea na mtu kwa Airtel kidogo upate unajiongelesha. Simu yake ilikatika kitambo. You're talking to someone, then suddenly see them calling you back and you're wondering, I've been talking to myself for the last 5 minutes.
That is also healthy. African sovereign wealth funds, the newest, most consequential institutional investors. The continent is undergoing a structural shift in how public wealth is stewarded, invested, and deployed for social and economic development. It's a story by somebody called Anthony Mwidiga. Okay? African sovereign wealth funds are transitioning from nascent fiscal buffers into consequential institutional investors capable of catalyzing domestic capital markets and national development outcomes. They're telling you that this sovereign fund can spur development for real, and it can move you to levels you didn't even think you could move to. Hiyo ndio anakuambia kwa ufupi.
Okay.
But see, why don't you start by telling us exactly what it is that a sovereign fund is, that people understand?
Sovereign wealth fund. Umekafunga hapo?
Mimi nimemaliza na hiyo story, bro.
Okay. Unatusomea East African?
I'm looking at East African.
Oh.
And my eyes have caught something very interesting. The Black Panther 3 movie, Ghost Rider.
Come again?
Movie.
Imefanya nini movie?
Iko ingine Black Panther. Unakumbuka ile movie ya Black Panther? 3. Inakuja.
They have even chosen the new Black Panther, the person who's going to play the character.
Huyu jamaa amebeba mawe vizuri.
Na bado he will need to go back to the gym and ongeze kidogo. There's a movie called F1. There's a movie called F1. It's actually called F1 the movie. That's the title. Anyway, the point here is
that Formula 1?
Formula 1, yes. It is just it depicts this guy called Brad Pitt na jamaa mwingine mweusi. I'm forgetting the name of the black guy.
Oh, ile movie ya magari.
So this black guy was actually pitted initially to play this role of Black Panther after the death of Chadwick Boseman.
Then what happened?
Then they chose a new guy, the guy who's now been confirmed by Kevin Feige to actually play the character.
Yeah, this guy looks like he has carried very many stones.
But now he will need to go back to the gym and carry more stones.
Why?
So that he can what do they call it? Rip some more. But they do it all the time, CT. It happens all. There's a gentleman called Dwayne Johnson. The Rock. Yes. Do you know The Rock? When he was doing Reso, he was bulk. But for certain movie roles, he had to go and bulk some more. So it's very normal in this industry for people to bulk. Can I tell you someone else who bulked up? Anajulikana kama ujamaa anachezanga Batman. Why am I forgetting people's names right now? Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck, for him to get the role of Batman, he had to go and bulk up, like, first of all, add some serious weight, and then now divide those muscles properly so that he can get into the role of Batman. But before that, alikuwa anatoshana kama Yego, one of our producers. Jikingi venye Yego alikuwa anakaa tu kama Yego. Yeah, but jamaa akaenda akapata.
Akawa kama Hulk.
Mtu mwingine sasa, hata nikwambia hii ni ya mwisho. Anaitwa Henry Cavill. Plays the role of Superman. Well, he used to play the role of Superman. Now there's another guy called Corin Sweat. But now Henry Cavill also had to go. He was already bulky. But now for the role of Superman, because unajua watu wengi wamecheza hii role ya Superman, wanavaanga hiyo suit ya Superman, alafu ndani wanaweka some pads ndio akae kama chest imenini,
kama body.
Then six pack inakuwa enhanced kidogo. But for Henry Cavill, he said he doesn't want cushions within his suit. He went to the gym and did a proper bulking up. Then he prepared for that role of
Do you watch Kenyan
Superman.
movies, Paul?
Yeah. There's a Kenyan movie called, I swear I know it. It's
The Polygamist.
Hiyo ni South Africa. A prison. Nairobi Half-Life. I've watched that one. There's another one called 40 Sticks. There is even another one that Nani amefanya juzi. This crazy Kenya inaitwa Iscariot. I watch these things. Kwanza Iscariot ilikuwa YouTube. Niliwatch yote beginning to end. I criticize, but I criticize in my sitting room because if I was to put it public, I will be stoned. But yes, you were saying something about Black Panther.
No, I finished what I was saying.
Okay. So we have a new Black
3.
Panther. Guess what else we have? We also have a new Ghost Rider. Because the previous Ghost Rider ni jamaa ambaye anaitwa Nicolas Cage. So now we have a new Ghost Rider in the name of ako jamaa nimesahau jina yake tena, but kako hapo. Ryan Gosling. Thank you. Ryan Gosling. So
Ryan Gosling ndio ile jamaa wa 6 Underground.
No. Huyo si Ryan Gosling. Huyo ni nani? Ryan Reynolds.
Kuna hawa jamaa
Ryan Reynolds ndiye anachezanga Deadpool.
So hawa jamaa they're not related.
No. But I think I know for a fact Ryan Reynolds. Anyway, they're not related.
I want you to go into the archives and look for a movie. Uptown Saturday Night.
Uptown Saturday Night.
Yes, hiyo ni movie ilichezwa na some Africans who are in America who are referred to as African Americans.
Uptown, acha niandike. Umesema Uptown what?
Uptown Saturday Night.
Uptown Saturday Night. Sawa.
It is one of the funniest movies you'll ever watch.
Sawa. Ushasema?
Yes.
It's a 1974 film.
Of course.
Jason Mwadhani. But anyway, I'll go look for it. Umemaliza gazeti?
For now nimemaliza nayo.
Haya. Hizo movie nimekwambia by the way zinatokezea 2028. Hiyo ya Black Panther na hiyo ya Ghost Rider, and zote belong to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Sema MCU.
Do you know how old Marvel comics are?
They have to be several decades.
I was introduced to Marvel comics in primary school.
Were you?
Oh yes, I'm telling you.
Wow.
That's how old they are. Akina Spider-Man, all these fellows. We encountered them in our youth. It is one of the reasons why now that I am definitely not in my youth, I still remember them.
Sawa. Siku moja tutakuja hapa tushtue watu na hizi stories za movie hapa. Wacha nisalimie watu kabla tuingie katika news. Douglas Kibogonga amesema Edna, kindly consider bringing Professor Lanyangapo. Wewe umeambiwa Edna mara kadhaa ulete huyu professor. Sijui sasa utampigia tu simu umwambie.
All that Edna can do is try. Yes, that's all she can do.
Kama niko na namba yake?
No, uwe jamaa amana anatuuliza, tafadhali mwambie yeye tupatie namba.
Edna amekuja hapa kunichapa. Unajua wakisiwa na kuanga hivyo.
Stop profiling. Nishakwambia mara nyingi usikii.
Douglas Kibogong, sawa, tutakuitia Professor Lonyangapo. Tony anasema if Winnie Odinga is not called, she will be chased out like no. If Winnie Odinga is not careful, she will be chased out like Sifuna. Okay. Douglas,
chased out of what?
ODM. Yeah. Robert Mbogo sorry amesema good morning from Mombasa.
Sifuna is in ODM.
He has not been chased by
No. He has been relieved of his duties as Secretary General.
And he has been de-whipped as the whip. Deputy Minority Whip of the Senate.
What I'm in agreement with Peter Kaluma, somebody is expressing and supporting the views of a different movement, not even a political party, other than the party he belongs to. The job of the whip is to bring people together. How on earth can he do that job when it's clear his interests are elsewhere? His interests are not pronouncedly ODM. No, not really.
But Linda Mwananchi is ODM.
No, Linda Mwananchi is not.
Linda Mwananchi is ODM. Ni venye tu ideas zao si za wale wacha niseme mainstream.
Allow me to explain. When you have wrangles within a political party, okay? You go to the Political Parties Act.
Yes.
And you are consulting, okay, with individuals whom your national executive council, wajua watu wako na council zao who determine which way forward. You may not like the composition, you may not like the direction they are taking, but when they make a decision,
yes,
prior to the office of the
ORPP,
yes, before they spoke, I would not be saying what I'm saying. But when they ratify a situation, you know what it tells me?
Yeah.
It tells me those fellows followed laid down procedures that they have yao. Okay? So this person's activities, as far as the NEC was concerned, this is now no longer names. This person's interest did not align with that of the party.
Aye.
Yes.
Ushasema city. Perceptronium amesema ask the questions better the people.
It is okay. That is his view.
Okay. Douglas amesema, ananiuliza actually, Paul, do you remember Didymus saying the presence of a crack in a building doesn't translate to weak foundation? Yeah. I remember he said that. So what are we saying? Anyway, Tony amesema, our politicians play a game that only benefits them. Ours is to be fooled and watched. Yeah, but now that we know that they are trying to fool us, ni sisi tukae wajanja na tuwa fool before to fool. Sawa? Haya. Luis Rudesingo amesema good morning. Habari yako Luis. Evans Onyancha amesema good morning Babu City and Mbuvi. Otieno Mokaya amesema yani Mbuvi. Lazima ningesema before nisome yote. Naweza tukana hapa hivi nijitukane. Anyway, amesema yani Mbuvi sounds like a big baby. He never outgrew movie superhero worship. Tunafanana kwa hiyo.
Well,
Moana is out, Maui is Dwayne Rock.
If it's babies you're talking about, then I am in there because Mbuvi and I
are big babies.
Definitely. I'm a really grand old baby.
With white hair.
Yes.
So, but yeah, I mean, you cannot outgrow these movies. As a matter of fact, yesterday, before I came back for my night shift, I was watching Justice League, the Snyder Cut.
Uliona hiyo?
Ilikuanga movie kali.
Uliona hiyo?
Justice League, hiyo movie yani
na brother moja hapo anaitwa Aquaman.
Jason Momoa ndiye amecheza hiyo nafasi.
Yule brother?
You like the way he swims through that water like right? But have you
it's like a projectile.
Yeah, do you remember Wonder Woman? I know what you're thinking. Guys, here's the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya Meteorological Department says most parts of the country will experience dry weather between August 4th and August 10th. However, some areas in Western Kenya and the Rift Valley, including Bungoma, Kakamega, Nakuru, Uasin Gishu and Kericho, are expected to receive rainfall. The department has also forecast cool and cloudy conditions at times in Nairobi and several counties in central, eastern and parts of Rift Valley. Residents are advised to keep up with the latest weather updates. University of Nairobi union officials have warned that a proposed retirement policy could worsen staff shortages, saying about 40% of the university's lecturers are nearing retirement age. They have urged the Public Service Commission to review the proposal, warning it could disrupt teaching and affect some academic programs.
So the issue is that we will be disproportionately affected as the oldest university with aging academic staff.
These students cut across from master's degrees and PhD. So public service should be able to understand how university systems work. In fact, all these people here are PhD holders. They can tell you how long they have taken to get their PhDs. And therefore, it is not like in the civil service where people are promoted every 3 years.
The hearing into the disappearance of fisherman Brian Odhiambo resumed on Monday. Odhiambo is alleged to have gone missing while in the custody of Kenya Wildlife Service officers near the shores of Lake Nakuru. The fifth accused person, Abdul Rahman Sudi, took the stand to defend himself. Prosecutors say his vehicle was used in the operation linked to Odhiambo's disappearance. During his testimony, Sudi gave conflicting accounts of what happened, contradicting himself several times as the hearing continued.
But you told the court that you would occasionally chat with the suspect. Did you chat with the suspect or the woman? Was the suspect involved in your chat with the woman?
No.
You were chatting between the suspect and the woman as you chatted, correct?
Kila mtu koko yuko na
Speak
nafasi.
to the woman a little bit, the suspect for a moment.
Kabla hata nijue kitu gani huko inaendelea, nilikuwa niko chini. Nilianguka chini. So wakati najikusanya ile kuamka na nasikizia uchungu, kapata alikuwa tayari ameanza kukimbia.
Kimilili Member of Parliament Didmas Baraza has accused Bungoma County leaders of mismanaging public funds, saying corruption and poor financial planning have left county workers without salaries and affected service delivery. Baraza, who's seeking the Bungoma governorship in the 2027 general election, said the county's financial problems are due to poor management, not lack of money. Speaking on Radio Generation, he promised to reform the county's financial systems, ensure workers are paid on time, and prioritize spending on healthcare, agriculture, and roads if elected.
So I will enhance all these monies available and enhance the emoluments of critical staff like health care workers.
Yes.
To ensure that no county staff will have their salary delayed is because we will do budgeting of these projects.
Yes.
Without following any priority of who is the contractor. so that when we receive the exchequer, we can all agree that from 20th of every month, there is no payment of suppliers until we pay our salaries.
European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has called for a united European response to strengthen border security after thousands of migrants crossed from Morocco into the Spanish enclave of Ceuta last week. Spanish authorities say about 69,500 migrants have since returned to Morocco. Officials report 72 deaths on Spanish side of the border and 11 on the Moroccan side. European Union interior ministers are expected to hold an emergency video meeting today to discuss the situation. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvi. It is that time where we have our conversation and we already have our guest in studio. But before I introduce the guest, nilikuwa kupatiana salamu hapa. We have Ombati Steven amesema, good morning sir, City and movie fan movie. But City has also said that he's a fan of movies.
I am.
Mbona mnamtoa kwa hii story? Msimtoe. Ama watu nadhani uliacha kuwatch nini TV wakati wa Kiini Macho, Tahamaki, akina Tausi.
No, infa kuachana hizo. Mama Kaya.
Vitimbi. All right. So let's get down to business. We discuss what has brought us here today. With us, we have a governance expert, and we want to focus on the Mount Kenya division and the Kindiki VS Gachagua factor. Is there a division, first of all? And is there a someone versus another one? That is a question that we would like to answer today. But we shall also look at the wider politics of Kenya. We won't just be grounded hapa kwa the mountain region. So with us, we have Steve Ngare Makindu. Steve, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Yes.
It's been a long way coming. This is a great station that we all of us want to be part of this good conversation. I'm looking forward to us having a great moment looking at Kenyan politics and the realities of Mount Kenya East.
For sure.
Yes.
Tunakuanga na kamethali ambako City huwa anapatia wageni wetu, wanakasikiza, wengine wanaanza kusema ni ngumu, wengine wanasema let me relate it to, then they get into whatever field that they're experts in.
So nilikuwa nakaangalia nakasikiza asema huyu jamaa ako na methali kali.
Methali si zangu jamani. Nazitoa katika nchi zetu za Kiafrika. The proverbs for this week come from the kingdom of Morocco. Okay? One of the few kingdoms that still exist on this continent. By the way, we have a few. In South Africa, we have a couple of kingdoms. There was a gentleman in Central Africa who tried to create an empire. It didn't work out very well, but that's historical.
Okay.
It was called Bokassa.
All right.
Emperor, no less.
Emperor Bokassa.
Emperor Bokassa. Say nice things to your friend around others. Chastise him face to face.
To me, that is actually straightforward. Because if you're my friend and we are in the company of other people, you need to say good things about me, or at least keep my spirit up.
Have your back.
But have my back. But if there's something you really needed to reprimand me, it's always good to reprimand me in private. If you really care. So I think that is how I would see it. I don't know how I would relate it to to politics, because politicians are not very good at it. They will tell you bad things in your presence, but if you're a really good friend, they will really look for you.
I actually feel politicians they do the opposite. Hapa nje watakuja watukanane, waseme hata angalia wale watu hawana kitu, hakuna kitu ya maana wanasema. And then when they go to parliament, they're there laughing, hugging each other, drinking tea. They're in the same committees. They are calling each other chair this, chair that. And they're wondering, lakini si huyu jamaa jana tu ametuambia huyu mwingine ni mwizi.
We have to be good people either way.
Yes.
So I think that really sijui kama ni wahenga walisema hiyo ama
wahenga wa Morocco.
I was listening to someone who was previously on this station. They said that Morocco has very beautiful ladies. So I don't know whether you should have a trip to Morocco.
I'm actually with you on that. Yeah, ukishakata ticket, you know where to find me.
Have you been to Morocco City?
No.
So you can't tell us about their ladies.
No, I have not been to Morocco, so I cannot tell you. No, Polenia.
No, City, we'll go to Casablanca. Don't worry. Relax. I will speak to Air Maroc. They are their national carrier. Tuone kama tunaweza pata ka deal. Tujipate either Casablanca, Marrakesh hapo tuone. Steve, I don't know if you've had the chance to take a look at today's dailies, but on the Standard newspaper for front page, wanasema there's a grand coalition in the making. Then we can see former President Uhuru there, and then other opposition leaders, Kalonzo, Gachagua, Ngilu, Dr. Matiang'i, Eugene Wamalwa, Edwin Sifuna, and Martha Karua. They are saying this could be a similar making such as that we had in 2002 when the Rainbow Coalition swept into power.
Kenya never ceases to amaze me. Because in the last few months, the biggest conversation was we need a young generation, we need young, vibrant people, we don't need the old guards and the old people who have been running this country. They've been bashing the president every day, expecting that they will now come up with a new thing. Then they just produce even an older version of Kenya than what the president has. I mean, this is dead on arrival. If you look at the Kenyan vibe today, and you listen to people say, okay, they will say, some will say they love President William Ruto, others will say they don't like him. Then the biggest question everybody is asking is, then who? Sifuna was looking like it could be, and he has a vibe. Now he's been swallowed. We have to accept that we are not ripe for that change.
But he hasn't joined this grand coalition yet. They are trying to court
but
him.
His sponsor is there. Have you seen his sponsor?
I know people have been saying that President Uhuru has been funding Linda Mwananchi activities, but no one has confirmed or denied.
You don't need confirmations in politics. Has he denied?
No, he hasn't.
Whoever pays the piper
calls the tune.
So,
you know, what I find strange is how it is. Our politics, on the one hand, is very easy to understand. And on the other hand, sometimes it's very convoluted and it's very difficult to decipher. Because the question I keep asking, all these coalitions, to what end?
Exactly. And I love the Gen Z conversation. The people like bringing the Gen Z conversation. Oh, when the Gen Zs did. And if you listen to the real Gen Zs that were on the streets in 2024, they are silent. They backed out. They backed off. They have just gone back to their business. They have given up the call because it was hijacked by people they didn't want to lead. They didn't want those people to lead them. The ones who are calling themselves Gen Z leaders today, or even riding on that wave, were not part of that call. So the more things change, the more the things remain the same. But it is a question. The opposition is confused. They don't know how to deal with William Ruto, who is, I would say, ahead in terms of articulating issues. It looks like he has a plan. It looks like he knows how to go around things. And they have two sides of that opposition. Today, I was reading a post by the brother to JB Muturi. He was bashing Rigiji and saying, you can't come to Mount Kenya East, you can't come to Ataf and dictate that everybody has to be DCP. We have also other parties. They are already fighting. And Uhuru Kenyatta would not be comfortable as it is to be replaced by Rigiji. That is why in all presses that have been happening the last 2 weeks by the opposition, Rigiji has not been there. He's a loner. He wants to force everybody his way. And they say, Mother Karua must survive. JB Muturi must survive. Everyone around the mountain has looked for survival. And that survival will not be if they follow Rigiji.
Okay.
So, Rigiji on his own, the other opposition on their own. That gives a straight win for William Ruto.
But will they survive if they oppose Rigiji?
The biggest question is, if Rigiji was to run for president, would we be elected? And everybody would say, hey, we want him to mobilize, we want him to make the noise, we want him to insult people, we want him to bulldoze things. But if he's the one, no.
On the
you're not comfortable.
I actually don't believe that narrative.
It is true. All polls have added up that way.
Polls are only as reliable as the person who has commissioned it. Yes. Polls.
No, we are talking about the credible. There are some credible polls. Ask anybody from the mountain. Would you want a Gachagua presidency? They will tell you a straight no.
And I am saying that no is curated, in my opinion.
What is the worst that can happen if you are the president, according to those folks that perhaps think that he should? And I'm asking about the people in the mountain, because he has made it very clear that it's the mountain first, everyone else second. So if the people of the mountain don't want him to put them first, then...
But has he actually said the mountain first and everybody else second?
Yes, he has.
He has. You have actually asked what happens.
Yes.
Can they survive without Rigiji? And we are the people of the mountain about to run themselves into a very dangerous corner. Because you've seen regimes, even if they were before the 2010 constitution, we have seen the Moi regime running all the time without the people of Mount Kenya. He had his 24 years and he was opposed all through. And he made it. He ran this country either way. And that is where we are boxing. We are heading there. And the population is alert. If you look at the coast today, from the day Rigiji said, hey, I'm now instructing investors, tourists not to come. The coast people realize, hey, this guy is killing our economy. They woke up. Now he's an enemy of the coast. He goes to another place, goes to wherever. He talks bad about the Luos and Raila Odinga, the Luos. Anybody who you come, I would love to have Rigiji all the way to the ballot, because you engage him heavily, he gives you more votes. And that's the reality of the matter.
Having him on the ballot, you're saying this will guarantee a Ruto second term. Yani hata no campaign.
Ruto aende holiday. But again, who do you think would be the presidential candidate for the opposition?
Well, we don't know yet. They are really not clear on who. Initially, people would think it was Kalonzo, but with this other...
For them to get anything meaningful, I think they would have to have Kalonzo. But Kalonzo will do 2 rallies, then go aende ashike wajukuu kidogo. Then he doesn't have the oomph, the energy that is required to run a presidential election.
Okay.
And I don't think there is somebody with
election or campaign?
Campaign.
Okay.
And even managing an election, because you need a really vibrant guy to have agents in every polling station. I know there's this thing in the central region that tutalinda kura nini. And you can, it's a good thing, because you just let central be central. And I was looking forward for this conversation so that we tell the people of Mount Kenya, we are going on a very dangerous trajectory. If you look at everybody who is talking about Mount Kenya politics, they are saying you either listen to us or you go to Sigoi. You are telling people from say Nyeri or Moranga or Embu or Meru, that if we discover,
Or Tharaka
Nithi for that matter, if you discover you're not supporting our guy, you're not supporting the opposition or a DCP candidate, you have one option: go to Sugoi. I didn't know it happened in Olkalau. There are people who have not gone back to their homes to date for fear of I don't know what. And and Kagusha said it.
Kagusha said if you vote for Ruto, then they
will come for you at a
your bed. We will not come for your ratios.
No,
we won't come for
ratios sasa that is story. Chini ya kitanda.
Yes.
Why would you go for somebody chini ya kitanda? You know, they are just saying but you know it is reckless because I keep saying
it is actually.
Kikuyus, people from the mountain, are all over, and unfortunately I'm not a Kikuyu, but my name is Ngari. Somebody from Western would not care or Nyanza to know, is this Ngari Mbere or is he Darakanivi or is he Kikuyu?
As far as we are concerned, you are Kikuyu.
As far as you concerned.
Well, you ask anyone who comes from the region I come from.
Yes.
Meru said, those Kikuyus from Meru said,
yes.
They're not Kikuyus.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you say Embu. Those Kikuyus from Embu.
Yes. So if you throw a stone in any marketplace, chances are out of 10 people, you'll hit on 3 who are Kikuyus or from the mountain.
Okay.
So where does that leave us? Some of us who want to be free and are democratic, and we have fought for this democracy for far too long, and we didn't see that in other places. We had Raila Odinga, very powerful, but we didn't hear people. I have not heard. Maybe there were that people were killed, or people their houses were burnt, or people were victimized for choosing Uhuru Kenyatta or another candidate other than Raila Odinga. So why would we now go to a situation where you say, if you're not in DCP, then go to Sugoi, or we'll come to you under your bed? Why? And even if DCP, I don't think DCP will have a presidential candidate. And even if it will have, we have a democracy. We are, and I mean, Kenya is an old democracy, so to speak.
You know, the one thing that the immediate former deputy president has done very well, and the people before him and those who create these narratives, they have done a good job of delegitimizing President Ruto. Some of those processes have actually manifested as pure hatred.
Yes.
Now, therein lies danger, because you are aiming at someone you do not want, and you're creating a narrative about someone you've chosen you do not want, but you've introduced that narrative into mainstream Kenya. This president is paying a very steep price for the politics he played when he was deputy president. Some of the criticism that is being leveled against him, it's very similar to what he was doing before. He set in motion a process that is now biting him. No, not coming to bite him. It is actually there and it is biting him. Now, this new group of people who are creating this narrative, I'm agreeing with you. They don't seem to see what they're setting in motion. It is a very dangerous precedent. Because if today, and it's a question we've asked many people who've sat on that seat who belong to the opposition. All right, let's say William Ruto decided today, as we are speaking, that he said, guys, I'm resigning. What will you do?
I don't know what they will do, because
that is precisely, I don't think even they know what they will do.
But I want to differ a bit. The President William Ruto, when he was deputy, was very aggressive. He was on the street. He was campaigning or even differing with his boss, but not once did he give or utter words that could endanger the life of another.
No, his deputy did.
No, when he was deputy, he actually insisted.
No, not him.
Yes.
Not him.
No, you're talking about William Ruto.
If you talk about William Ruto,
yes,
the precedent that he set, which I consider to be dangerous, is this. You know, people talk about disregarding court rulings. There's something which is far worse than that, in my opinion.
Yes.
If you look at our Political Parties Act, it states very clearly, I think it is Article 103 if I'm not wrong. If someone belongs to a political party and makes pronouncements and is involved in activities that point to supporting a different political party, it is taken that they have resigned from their position.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
Now, it is a precedent that was set and it is being followed to the letter right now. People are in one party.
And they are advocating for another
Yes.
party.
Ideally, they should resign. Ideally, they should not hold those positions anymore.
But what we should be calling to action is not the president. They are institutions. We should be challenging the institutions established to deal with such matters, to deal with them. For example, we have a case of Kagushia, which now is being blown out of proportion.
It's being politicized.
It's being politicized. Had NCIC acted earlier, when the regime started becoming rogue, and it had set a precedence that nobody will alter negative words or inciting words or do, this thing will not be happening. But because the people either who were when the regime started this thing, and everybody felt that this guy is a bit toxic. I think what he has said is not right. But there was no a bold person enough to say, do this. But is NCIC an independent commission? Yes. Are they supposed to be commanded by the president? No. If the political parties, register political parties or bodies established to deal with such people as who advances the ideas of another political party against their own political parties, who should be acting? Is it the president? Definitely not.
I'm in agreement with you.
So we need to call to action bodies and institutions that have been established to deal with specific issues, so that now they don't also plunge us into a problem. Now is 1 year to election, is when you're starting to arrest people. And what is the direct interpretation? You are doing that because you don't want government to...
But Bonagare, this problem goes to 2013.
Yes.
We had ICC indictees. I'm simply going by the law. If we looked at our own chapter 6, they should not they should not have stood.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they did. Why I'm calling it a bigger problem is when you institutionalize impunity, my friend, everything goes. Now everybody takes it as though it is a free for all. I couldn't believe it when I saw members of the Senate dressed in DCP colors, and I'm thinking, but all these guys, these are UDA people.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They were elected on the UDA tickets. I mean, what is this?
So who should act?
You see,
I mean, there is body corporates. I mean, there are institutions, there are commissions, so should be acting.
Yes. The body corporates are not elected; they are appointed. These are the people whom we elect.
Yes,
we are their bosses. Unfortunately, we tend to follow their example. I am speaking about that very silent creeping into our mainstream lives, impunity and disregard for the law, and the people we elect to enact our laws and to provide oversight are the ones who are breaking it more than everybody else.
You know,
yes,
if
go ahead.
If we were to follow the law 150%, tutafunga hii country. Because everyone from the president to the legislature, the speakers of both houses, ndio tutaanza nao tuende nyumbani. Then we go to the members of parliament, kila mtu atenda home hapo hivyo. Executive inaenda nyumbani.
You may not say from the president, because now you'll be taxed to say, okay, what did the president do that warrant him either to resign or be removed out of office? But again,
by the way, if you take us that direction,
we can list.
It's okay. It's open for debate. But again, what you must also the truth is, Kenya is a highly litigant society, and we know you're what. You're innocent until proven guilty. So all these people doing all these things, and even we have seen an opinion being sent to the Attorney General to say, okay, so if somebody was impeached and they did not reason, I mean, they have not exhausted the judicial process, are they guilty?
Yes, they are guilty.
So, I mean, it's an opinion.
No.
It's an opinion that will be sent to the office of the Attorney General. So, what if the Attorney General says, we are not sure? What if he says they are not guilty?
Bonangari, the reason
we'll have the likes of Rigiji and Sonko and other people coming to run when they were fully impeached.
You are forgetting Mwangaza.
Kawira.
No.
Kawira Mwangaza. Yes.
If the court pronounces itself and says you are guilty, there is an appeal process.
Yes.
But until that appeal process determines otherwise, you are guilty.
So if you are impeached, you stand
really
impeached.
Complicated. If you stand impeached. I asked this question of the Chief Justice.
Yes.
And she told me, once you're impeached,
you are impeached.
You remain impeached.
Yes.
It's not, there's no...
So in this case, it is guilty until proven innocent.
No, but you have gone through a process.
Yes.
And it is that process that has found you guilty.
Yes.
You are not guilty before then. Before then, you are innocent. But once you are pronounced guilty, you need to go to an appellant court for them to determine if there is an otherwise to it.
Hii ni kama mayai, ukishai karanga ni hivyo. Haitarudi kuwa mayai tena.
And it can't be a chicken after that.
but that's a question now. And I think DCP and G business is a house of cards. Once we get to the real elections and you will not be running, and now we'll have the real presidential candidates, and we know Kenyans, they want to rally behind the real presidential candidate. Once we get there, and we have whoever, if it is Matiang'i, then everybody will want to be either on Jubilee. If it is Kalonzo, then everybody will want to be on Wiper. Because what will be the clarion call? What is the rallying call? If you remove the intimidation and the hate mongering, what else? And this is the thing that I feel the president William Ruto has beaten these people again. And I don't understand. During Uhuru's time, he would start and say, this is my plan. This is what I want to do. Wale wengine munataka kufanya nini? And they never said. And I thought, now this time, they will know, okay, we were beaten. And I'm saying this because I have realized Kenyans are very keen on issues. The agenda and the plan. You will talk many things, but they will say, but huyu mtu akona mpango gani? So, I cannot understand why, why even one political party, say Sifuna, say, Mimi, this is my plan. But if you ask them, say, okay, our problem is William Ruto tumtoe alafu tufikirie. Do we have the last luxury of time?
But
that we at Kenya itasimama, kwanza tufikirie, ametoka sasa haya, sasa tufanye nini?
Nimekuwa nikisikia.
And how is it even feasible, city and movie?
Yeah.
We have affordable housing happening. You may not like the fact that levy was introduced, but we must appreciate that the fact a huge investment has happened in this country. Huge investment. Great things are happening. Yes, there was a levy that happened. Then somebody says, we'll stop this thing, we will give this thing to, I don't know, counties. Or I mean, it's reckless. Because even if you found a country that was run in a specific way, or the way we have this expressway, we made a lot of noise about this expressway, but we love it now. So if the other guy came and said, okay, we don't like this expressway, let's bring it down, we can't have leaders talking that manner. And that is why we are trying to liberate ourselves from the East.
Yeah.
We have realized, hey, there's a guy here who want to purport to command all of us.
Okay.
And we have said respectfully, if the people from Central Kenya, not Mount Kenya, Central Province, that which was how comfortable to say their leader is Rigiji. Gachagua Mt, whatever they call him, is their guy. And they are happy that they say, like the Luos would used to say, kama baba amesoma katiba ni mzuri. So if they want to say, Rigiji akisema ni mzuri, so be it. But we have come to a point that we want to liberate ourselves. And we will tell you why. Since independence, of the paved roads in the whole of Mount Kenya,
yes,
77% of them are in Mount Kenya West.
Okay.
And mark you, this is data from Kenya Bureau of Statistics. You can get it. And mark you, in terms of land mass, is almost the same. So 77% imekuwa pande yao. Maji, about 76% imekuwa Murang'a, Nyeri, Kiambu, Nyandarua, Laikipia huko. If it is electricity,
Yes.
over 75% that side. Since independence, like Embu has been having like 80,000 kilometers. No, 80,000 8,000. 8,000.
It can't be 80,000.
It's not 8,000.
No,
but right now, we are going, the roads are being tarmacked, are getting to 265. So the question we started asking ourselves, we've had Kenyatta 1, who was a Mulima guy. This is what wa Mulima sawa. We were fanatic about Kenyatta 1, we supported. Moved to, even when Kibaki was the vice president, Murumbi, those are what were Mulima to say, okay, mtu wetu. We went to Kibaki. Everybody was happy and we were all there. Mulima moja. Even when he was winning the second time, walikuwa nangojea kura ya Tharaka Nithi. So we were one mountain. Then we have Kenyatta 2. Even at the last moment, he brought Mau Mau roads. So, okay, let's say Mau Mau was but is it that Nkemandi alipigana tu peke yake? But we had generals and field marshals from Mount Kenya East. We had by Mungi Marete. We had General Roko. We had General Kubukubu. We had General Kemere. We had very many generals and people who died on the forest fighting for freedom. But if you ask somebody from wherever, they know that at Kimathi.
Period.
So what happened to the last who fought? Uhuru akakuja akaeka Mau Mau Road. Akaeka wapi? Mount Kenya West. So sisi watu wa Meru hatukupigania uhuru. Sisi watu wa Embu tulikuwa tunapigana kama nani? So watu wa Tharaka Nithi, watu wa Chuka kila, what were they doing? We are at a point where you are saying hata hii Mungu yao iko pande ya East. We can even take away their God, watafute Mungu ingine. But what we are actually saying, the Mount Kenya West people, the Uhuru Kenyattas of this world, the Kibakis of this world, the Kenyatta 1 of this world, neglected the people of Meru, the people of Embu, the people of Tharaka Nithi, even Isiolo. Hata ukikuja Mwea, we are crying about the same thing. And we have reached a point and said, we are not really saying the mountain is not one, but we are putting a condition and saying, okay, let's now agree. President William Ruto loved the mountain so much, and the mountain loved him. We gave him our votes. He gave us Rigiji. Rigiji, even you, if you are given Rigiji to be your deputy, you will impeach him yourself, even there is no parliament to do it, because he will bulldoze you, he will bully you. He's a dictator. He's toxic. It couldn't work. He needed somebody that they can work with. And if you look at the demeanor, the character of the president, he's hardworking, he's aggressive, he's all over. So what he needs, a principal assistant who is resolute, who is collected, who is an intellectual, who is listening, who is not countermanding him. Because as ile medali yako, ile proverb yako. So you don't countermand me in public. Nitafute uniambia sasa hapa ulinikosea. So that's where Kindiki came. And the biggest question you're asking, all right, people of Mount Kenya, our son was removed from office by parliament. President did the best thing. He gave us another son. So are we sons of a lesser God? Why is it that Kindiki is not a mountaineer, is not a guy from the mountain enough? And that's the question you're posing to Mount Kenya West, and specifically the Central people, and specifically Kikuyu-speaking people. They have to answer this question. Were we insane when we were supporting Kenyatta 1, Kibaki, and Uhuru Kenyatta? And why is it that they cannot say, okay, sisi tutalipa deni? Vile tu nani alikuwa nasema, Uhuru alisema ya Ruto 10, yangu 10. Wakati ilifika sema, okay, sisi tutalipa deni. And Rigiji has been saying, the people of the mountain hate betrayal. And this is a betrayal now we are saying from the Mount Kenya East. Why are you betraying us? Imetuangukia sisi watu wa mlima pia. Kindiki is one of us. Let him be the deputy president. Let him be president 2032.
Okay.
And if they cannot let Kindiki be, and if the Kikuyus cannot pronounce themselves, and we have seen even people very senior in government, PSs, CSs cannot even say Kindiki to be deputy president. See, president, we are saying we are tutapasua mlima. We are going to have our own title deed and say, okay, wacha tuachane. If anything, umechukua Mau Mau road zote, umechukua mastima yote, umechukua maji yote, umechukua maendeleo, mumetunyang'anya, mulikataa kutupatia. Yet we supported you. But now this time, we have somebody kwa football city. When you are playing football, a striker is nearest to the goal na hakuna hata goalkeeper. Do you give somebody utara wapigia mtu nyuma ati juu yende anajua kufunga? Professor Kindiki, the deputy president, is a man next to the goal. He comes on the mountain. Okay. Let's give him the chance.
Does he have the support of the eastern side at the very least? Because I've been hearing, and this is me nauliza tu sababu nimesikia. Ninasikia kuna Kiraitu Murungi ambaye ndio ni kama ndiye kingpin wa hiyo sehemu.
No, Kiraitu Murungi used to be the kingpin and our leader for a long time. And you know, this narrative of the East started with Kiraitu Murungi.
Okay.
He even tried to form a party called the Bas. Bas ikamezwa, ikariviviwa tena, just trying to liberate ourselves. hata hiji nikaibiwa. So he was trying to push a narrative, and he still used to say the same things. Guys, it is about who is president. It's about us negotiating as a region. Because hatuwezi sema ati kwa nini viongozi wajaleta maendeleo. Sasa what Kibaki, Uhuru was president. Did any minister have power to tell him, don't take my Mau roads, extend these my Mau roads to Meru and Embu and Tharaka-Nithi? No, the president has so much power that when he makes a decision, sometimes it is what it is. And you know, you hear Moses Kuria saying all the time, kwao Gatondo, the stima iko 99%. In our place, Mbere, where your stima inatoka, we are less than 20%. It is an injustice that has been happening. Then a guy comes called William Ruto. He started saying, oh, there are people here who have been neglected. We're having 2,800 kilometers of roads in Meru now. We're having 2,600 kilometers of roads in Embu happening now. We have water coming from the dam now being pumped or being brought to the people's homes. We have electricity happening. But, you know, people have swallowed the hatred and the bile from Rigiji, so much so that we need to start liberating.
Steve, let me say something, because you see all this that you're saying in terms of the roads that are currently being constructed in the east, the water that has now been piped to people's homes and so on and so forth. No one is actually saying those things.
That's why I'm here, because I've also realized I don't know what happened. For example, we have a road that the president commissioned in Mbeere North, even during Wamodende's campaign. But the guy was given, he has been paying the first trench, and he's not working. Because
the contractor.
The contractor, tunashangaa kwani ni mtu ya one term. You even wonder whether there is a deliberate sabotage.
Okay.
So people have been commissioned, people have been given work, but a majority of them are slow to do it.
Okay.
But so that we don't lose the point.
Yes.
Professor Kindiki has refused to be cornered to look like a tribal chief or a kingpin for a certain tribe. He's a principal assistant to the president. He's a national leader. He's a deputy president for Kenya, not for Mount Kenya East or Kikuyus or Merus or other people. So he must maintain that stature. He must run as such. But we, the people, and this call has been run very successfully by CS Roku.
Okay.
He said, okay, guys, we have come this far, and we have this one demand. Recognize Professor Kindiki as a deputy president, then we are one mountain. If you cannot say it is our turn as the East to lead the West, it's over. And this is our time to liberate ourselves. And if you look at the last rally by Rigiji in Meru, he partly got a few people, except where Munya had mobilized.
Okay.
Because people say, well, hey, wait a minute. Why not us? Are we less a mountain? You know, it's not a proverb, it's a saying we say, hakuna mtoto wa nini, wa tumbo na wa mgongo. So you were to kwa nini wa mgongo? And it's a message we are hamming to the Kikuyus so that they tell us. And so that they don't cause the kind of violent hatred that they are spreading all over the country. So that if it happens as Rigiji is preaching, people from the Nyanza region and the Western will ask, oh, wewe ni ngari ya wapi? Because now we must start distinguishing if this ngari ni ya Nyeri ama ni ngari ya Mbeere. So that we say, oh, Mbeeres are reasoning with us. And you know, we are very radical people. Even the type of no and yes, sisi wambere tulipiga no. You know, we are independent thinkers. And people from the east, and you know the Merus, are very aggressive. And you have said no to this bullying. Rigiji anaweza kuja asema mama yake alitoka huko. Hata sisi kuna mama zetu na mabibi zetu wametoka Kikuyu. But when you marry a woman, it becomes your tribe.
Yeah.
So there is no that nonsense of ati nilitoka huko. You either, and kama ulitoka huko, what is so hard? He has DCP. Let him run DCP and say, our deputy president is Kithure Kindiki.
Yes.
Let him run his position of politics and say, the mountain has a leader. Because he's impeached and he cannot run. Yeye ni ule mtu ya mwaga ugali, mwaga mboga. You know, we can't operate the mountain like that. And we are preaching peace. We are saying, okay, people from the west, we are one mountain, but recognize Professor Kithure Kindiki. And once we recognize Professor Kithure Kindiki, you also realize you're in government. And can you even look at this kind of selfishness? How many CSS do you have? And how many are from Mount Kenya? I think a majority are from Mount Kenya, about 11 of them. How many PSS do we have? And how many are from Mount Kenya? I mean, Mount Kenya has a majority. How many directors of corporations do we have? And how many are from Mount Kenya? I mean, if anybody looking will say we are a thankless nation. And that, I mean, are thankless people. Because what are you looking for? Mnatafuta serikali ya nini? You look for government so that one, your people are inside it running it, so that it can also bring the development. Now you have a government, you have your people employed in it, you have your people appointed in it. Then sisi tunasema kama watu wa East, we don't want to look like the people of Olkalao. Na walisema vizuri, Olkalao si mbere. Sure. Actually in our culture, if you don't want somebody, you don't take their things. And the thing is an African thing.
It is an African thing.
So you cannot be here, you take my food, you take my blankets, you take my money, and then it is an African. Okay, maybe we can now say it's a new culture by the people from the central province. But what we are simply saying, why have you been given all these directors? Why have you been given all these PSs and CSs? The other nation is saying, the Luas are saying, give us these kind of people, we will give you the votes. The lawyers are saying, give us all these PSs and we give you the votes. And that is what is going to happen.
Should the people be asking for development as opposed to give us these directors, give us these PSs and CSs?
But development, we had 8,000 kilometers of roads in Embu from independence. Now we are having 2,600.
Okay.
Imeongezwa maradufu. Hata wezi sema hiyo ni nini. Hiyo is like over 10 times. I mean, so many times. Same case to Meru. Development is happening. And that's why we are saying we must arise and demystify this noise and kill this noise and tell people, okay, what did the president promise? For example, he promised Mama Mboga atamtoa kwa street. If you go to any constituency, any ward, are you seeing markets? He said, atachunga mtoto wa Mama Mboga na mtoto wa hustler. Do we have hostels being built in universities? Because anybody who has gone to the university, they know the hassle of having your son in college and you're being told to pay rent outside. Today we are having more hostels being built kuchunga mtoto wa maskini. Lakini tajiri hawezi jua kama unaumia kulipia mtoto kwa slum akisomea university. He talked about housing from day one, and it was in the everybody's manifesto, Azimio manifesto and Kenya Kwanza manifesto. Has he done it? What did he promise that he will do that he hasn't done? And why are we not be discussing the bigger things? This country has an infrastructure fund, an initiative that we are talking about borrowing and debts and all that, and how Kibaki liberated this country and money was available. Na kuna kitu mimi moja sipendi kusikia watu wakisema mambo ya Kibaki.
Nini hiyo?
Tunafurahia sana Kibaki was a good guy. If Kibaki was a good guy, why was he stealing elections? Why was he being sworn in at night? You know, these Kenyans are the same people while was lynching Kibaki, and are the same people saying Kibaki was the best guy. Actually, the best guy times for Kibaki was after the first term, during his second term. Why he was being sworn in at night is because people had rejected him, and yet he had put in very good measures. So that's the same thing happening with William Ruto. He found that same Rigiji, the Aliteta, on a pub on the swearing day, and say we have found coffers empty. The president keeps quiet, goes to model this country. Now we have, what is this fund? A wealth fund. I'm forgetting the name.
Sovereign wealth
the
fund.
Sovereign wealth fund. Bigger than the kind of debt we found. $2.5 billion US. And the kind of debt we found when we were coming to office is $2.0 billion. So is that an improvement? So I think we need a conversation in this country that now says, where are we? Now, for example, City and Buvi.
Yes.
We have been having a Vision 2030. Kibaki created it and he was being removed out of office, no problem. We start praising it after he's gone. We have wrote, I want to give you an example of Kenya Airways. Kenya Airways City, when we were, when the Mzungu was in charge before the Kenyan who came there, Naikuni, had a very clear plan. Strategic plan, whatever time, roadmap, kila kitu. The guy enters, leaves, Kenyan comes, starts enjoying the ride. Without caring whether this road has an end. But gets to an end, today Kenya Airways is in debt, it cannot make profits, because somebody got in there and did not care to look at the strategic direction of the company. That is what President William Ruto is doing. He said, okay, we have run with Vision 2030. Who killed Vision 2030? It is Uhuru Kenyatta who brought the 0.4 agenda. The 4 agenda that he brought and rubbished Vision 2030. President William Ruto has come with his agenda, but I said, okay, let us relook at Vision 2030 and let us have Vision 2060. And good thinking Kenyans, professionals, elites, you listen to them and say, why are you telling us to think about 2060? What kind of bewitching is this? Actually, that you do not want to sit down and say, what has happened with the previous vision? Where can we go the next 30 years?
Wanangare, once you've had a campaign,
yes,
and I told you it is effective and efficient of delegitimizing someone, there is nothing this person is going to do which will be considered good.
Yeah, true.
It doesn't matter, even if it is staring at you in the face. The issue of taking money did not start in central Kenya. It started in the Moi era of KANU. Kenyatta one would not give you a cent. So hiyo mambo ya watu kupeana pesa ilikuwa hakuna. That didn't
wasn't
exist.
there.
What existed, you could be given land. We were few. There were parts of the country that required development. You could apply and you could be given. And this one, anybody who applied could get so that you could develop it.
Yes.
The Moi era came with money and big Harambe money. I know this because when people were campaigning against KANU candidates, once we had multipartyism back, in my neck of the woods, they called it taxpayer. You couldn't hold a rally because you need to go to the chief who would not give you permission.
Yes.
So they used funerals. The culture of taking money, in my opinion, that's why I started seeing it. But also, when people were campaigning, you would be amazed at how some people won elections. They have a candidate who is supposedly aligned to KANU, and somebody says, we are not against this person giving money. But can he please give all the money he was given to give you?
What he was given to...
Yes,
he give
this
all
man is giving you people 200 shillings. This man was given 10 million shillings to give you. So can he give you the 10 million? Okay? Then we can start campaigning.
Yes.
So I am saying that particular process, it has now matured.
Yes.
But the idea of money being given, why do you think, for instance, Harambe and the processes were removed and then they were brought back again in the constitution? Why was it brought back? Because the politicians wanted it had been removed.
Yeah.
We didn't have these Harambes that we now know. Now they're back in full swing. So I am saying there are people who understand and know how to take advantage of situations. By the time you are a region that has had 3 presidents, it is not by accident. Most people do not want to outthink their opponents.
And I would agree with you.
Yes.
And I want to even reiterate to the people and tell them, like people of Mount Kenya, especially the Merus, the Embus, the Mberes, the Chukas, the people from Isiolo and that region have demonstrated enough times that they can elect somebody without money. This John Paul Mwirigi was elected on a bicycle.
Yeah, my favorite example.
You know, and even this the Roko, CS Roko, was elected without a car, without money. So we are people that appreciate that you can look at somebody and elect them for who they are, minus the money. And you know, during the campaigns, people will say, "We will not take your money because sisi tutachagua Roko. We will not take your money because sisi tutachagua Mwirigi." Even this guy who has got to the opposition from Manyata, Mukonji, was a young man. He didn't have money. Even Karemba, the guy from Runyenjes, when he was being elected, he was just from the university. He didn't have money. So, and people would, and that you would know that there's an African culture that we must not lose because of either greed or civilization or lack of it. But in a nutshell, I think we have a country to love. And this is the thing that I keep on saying. We have a country to love. We have a great country, which we cannot afford to destroy at the behest of politics. If President Ruto is bad, we have an election date. But we do not have to cannibalize ourselves. And this, I must warn the people from Mount Kenya, and especially the Kikuyus. We are known to be hardworking. We are known to be industrious. We are known to be, people who live with others well. And the greatest violence today that is happening in Mount Kenya, and especially in Mount Kenya West.
What do you mean?
Why would we have an election in Olkalau and some people who supported the UDA candidate cannot live in their houses? These are their brothers and sisters, their uncles, their neighbors. Why would we... it would be excusable if it is maybe this tribe chasing this other. But now, why are you fighting a brother because of a different opinion, because I've chosen a different path other than yours? And the goons that you see today, I was listening to your conversation yesterday, and I was actually like, why is this lady not saying these goons are all over? And the opposition, I was in Berry North. We ran out of our homes. Rigiji ran us out of our homes. With goons.
In Berry?
Yes. If they would get to a church, there is a guy that is known that was maimed inside a church in kwa pulpit. Because they would say, okay, nani anaweza leta shida hapa, yule ana support our opponent. They would go for him, they would beat him, they would maim that person. He has, and he said the other day, yeye hakuwa na vijana wa kumchunga. Is that the country we want to run? And somebody, I don't know who, must take responsibility and say, if we have to trust our security system, Rigiji and whoever else must be protected by the security system. And even the government people. But if we allow these goons, tutakumalizana sisi wenyewe. And these are young people who do not have jobs, who are just looking for that more shillings. And you'll be surprised. They don't pay a lot of money, but they can do anything. They can kill. So let's stop this goonism, and I'm calling actually the people responsible. If it is Murkomen, if it is the IG, whoever it is. And even if they are not able to do this thing, we have competent Kenyans who can take this country and hold it together.
Steve, I have a question, because tumekuwa tukiona people campaigning for what's his name, I'm forgetting again, Moses Wetangula, the speaker,
yes,
to take over from President Ruto in 2032 if indeed he gets to that particular place. So where does that leave Kindiki then? If when you get to 2032 already wana campaign ya Wetangula to be the successor?
We will square it at that time, but for now we have a deputy president,
and even this 2027 pia ODM in the broadcast,
and that's the message you're sending to them, that the seat of deputy president is not vacant.
Of running mates? The
deputy president is an automatic running mate to the president. This is what we are saying.
Okay.
Sisi, the Professor Kindiki was actually the preferred running mate for
in
before
2022.
He was bullied out.
Yes.
Then he has come again, and he was a chief agent actually for the president. So he has earned his place. And he has demonstrated as a perfect principal assistant to the president. Now, with that position, is not vacant. That is the communication you are telling the ODM and everybody who cares to listen, that position is not vacant. And we are releasing Professor Kindiki to the rest of the country. Sisi tutamuchunga nyumbani. We will chunga Mount Kenya East. We can tell Mount Kenya West to go to the opposition if that is where they want to belong. Because upinzani ni mahali unajipata kwa bahati mbaya. Si safari unafunga kwenda. Unakimbia siasa uingia kwa serikali. Now we are in government. If our brothers from the West want to go to the opposition, it's okay. But sisi tumesema banduki. We have 2 million votes from Mount Kenya East. We are continuing to add it. We have talked to the people of Kirinyaga, especially Gachagua and Moya. We have talked to the people of Isiolo. We are talking to the people of Ukambani. And we are realizing we need to be in government. So the backyard, we have the numbers. Hakuna mtu ataleta zaidi ya milioni 2. And kuna kitu ingine pia nataka kuongeza. City, we were here when President Ruto was campaigning. Alipelekwa mlima na Rigiji?
No.
Hata kama angenichagua mimi kama deputy.
Alijipeleka.
Kama angechagua Ngari akuwe deputy angeshinda hiyo wakati. Nobody took, he made inroads in Mount Kenya early enough by himself.
On his own.
On his own.
Yes.
So, this narrative ati nilimpatia kura, sisi ndo tulimleta is useless. And that is why we are calling for a divorce between Mount Kenya East and West. And we are telling ODM, kama ni kusema bas, hata waki-announce leo, waseme bas deputy atakuwa wa ODM. We are going to enroll Professor Kindiki to ODM. Because that position is as a person sitting on it.
Yes.
If the qualification is to have him as an ODM member, he's free to join ODM.
Then so be it.
Yes, but that seat belongs to Mount Kenya East and to Professor Kindiki.
All right. Thank you so much, Steve. But Mount Kenya East iko na kura ngapi hivi? Rigiji anasema yeye anakuja na kama 5 hivi.
Kwanza toa milioni 2 ya Mount Kenya East. Na pia hiyo West ya people. I mean, if Raila Odinga would get about 1 million there, I mean, you can be sure William Ruto will get more than that.
Okay.
And you know, these Kenyans are not foolish. They are seeing the right time. When the right time comes, you will see people bolting out the way you have never seen from that DCP. They have been conned. They have paid loyalties. Today you pay 50 million. Another guy comes and pays 100 million. You're out. You saw what happened with Ngirishi. Alikuja akitukana Roko, akakuja akasema wewe ni ya DCP. Rigiji goes there and says his preferred governor is Kamau Murango. What happens to Ngirishi? Amezama na hiyo pesa alikuwa amepeana imezama.
Imekunywa maji.
It's a cartel of people being robbed in broad daylight. But when the right time comes, you see those people talking. They don't want to talk now. But once they are thrown out of that party, you will see the kind of catastrophe that will be in DCP.
All right. Steve, thank you so much.
Karibu. Asante sana.
Ningependa kusoma comments lakini ngoja tuingie kwa news.
Lakini najua nitalimwa hapo.
No, actually, you'd be shocked. Okay, yenyewe umelimwa. But nonetheless, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Families in Nakuru who lost relatives during the June 2024 Gen Z protest say they have not received the compensation promised by the government. The families say they submitted all required documents but are still waiting for the payments. They are now calling for transparency, urging the government to explain the delays and reveal who has already received the compensation.
Tuliambiwa kwamba tuchukue madocument huko, tuchukue stakabadhi. Tumechukua huko, lakini tunashangaa tena tunatumwa hapa kwa makao mtua. So tulikuwa tunashangaa KCHR basi ilikuwa inafanya kazi gani? So sisi tunataka tu majibu, ni nani wamepewa pesa? Kwa sababu wanasema ni watu 600 na lakini hatujui ni nani amepewa pesa.
Tumekuwa tukizungusha, tunaenda pale CVS, hiyo ofisi ya serikali ya Human Rights. Tunaambiwa tupeleke hizo documents, tunapeleka. Tukienda kufuatilia tena, tunatumwa tena hapa KICC.
A new multi-agency team has been formed to prevent hate speech, ethnic incitement, political intolerance, and election-related violence ahead of the 2027 general election. The team, led by National Cohesion and Integration Commission, will bring together several state agencies to coordinate investigations, prosecutions, and enforcement against offenders. Officials say the committee will also monitor political activities, collect evidence, and ensure quick action is taken against those who break election laws.
We are going to see the 2027 general elections. Some of the people you are seeing campaigning here will not see the parrot. They are not going to be the parrot because they will be disqualified because of inciting Kenyans.
IBC cannot hold elections in an environment where that is full of incitement, division, violence, chaos, anarchy.
Politicians engaged in making those reckless utterances, be it in the public rallies, be it in the digital platforms. Their time is up.
President William Ruto has said Kenya's economy is stable, adding that the country is no longer at risk of defaulting on its debts or facing foreign exchange shortages. Speaking at State House on Monday, the president said Kenya's foreign exchange earnings and reserves have tripled since 2022 and dismissed claims that the economy is performing poorly.
Uchumi ya Kenya sasa, I can speak with authority. Uchumi ya Kenya sasa ni dhabiti. Hatuna tishio la nchi yetu kukosa kulipa madeni. Hatuna tena tishio ya sisi kukosa pesa ya exchange rate ama ya kulipa ile vitu yote tunahitaji. We have enough foreign exchange in our economy and we have stabilized the economy of Kenya. Bwana asifiwe. Mimi nawaeleza kwa sababu mambo ni mengi, porojo ni mingi.
Hundreds of people have fled Ethiopia's Tigray region into neighboring Sudan following fresh fighting between regional forces and the Ethiopian army. The clashes began on Saturday near Sudan border and continued into Sunday, marking one of the most serious outbreaks of violence since the civil war ended 4 years ago. A member of the Tigray People's Liberation Front said heavy artillery and drones were used during the fighting. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Kenya's Harambee Starlets have been knocked out of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations after losing 2-0 to Algeria in their final Group A match in Morocco. The defeat was Kenya's third straight loss of the tournament, ending the campaign without a single point. Algeria qualified for the quarterfinals with victory while Kenya exits the competition at the group stage. The Starlets finished the tournament bottom of Group A after losing all three of their matches. They opened the campaign with a 4-0 defeat to hosts Morocco before falling 1-0 to Senegal and ending with Monday's loss to Algeria. The England midfielder Jordan Henderson has joined Chelsea on a 2-year contract after leaving Brentford by mutual agreement. The 36-year-old is one of England's most experienced players and won several major trophies during his time at Liverpool, including the Premier League and the Champions League. Henderson joins Chelsea after spending the past few seasons with clubs in Saudi Arabia, the Netherlands, and most recently Brentford. He is the England international.
Yeah, very special for me, so I'm looking forward to it. Well, I think the club speaks for itself. The size of the club, the history of the club, the fans, a huge fan base. The manager, like I just said, is obviously a huge factor in the team as well. I think there's so much potential, so much quality within the squad. I know a few of them. So yeah, I think all of them factors really has played a big part. But as soon as I heard about the chance to come here and the opportunity, it was an easy decision really.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 11 minutes past 8 o'clock. And in studio, our guest has already arrived. We want to talk about the reconstitution of coalitions and the 2027 opposition strategy, basically learning from the mistakes that have been there. He is the leader of the People's Democratic Party. It is Honorable Omingo Magara. Mheshimiwa, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning, Bovi and City.
You know, mimi nilikuja kujua South Mugirango juu yako. Yet I am sure that constituency has been there for very many years, but it is because of how you were vocal during those times, and you know you really put that particular constituency on the map. So I'm actually glad and happy to meet you.
My pleasure too. And
actually, what was of interest,
yes,
at least in my mind, was the independent thinking that Mheshimiwa here exhibited over time.
Right.
At a time when there wasn't, independent thinking wasn't really in plenty. Yes, but when someone stands out, somebody who's willing to go against the grain,
right?
But they stand out. Unfortunately, their politics, you can pay a very steep price.
For
independent thinking.
Yes, you can pay a very steep price.
People cried. My good friend was saying, "Why are you going against the grains? You go and breeze yourself." I said, "You better die standing than live long on your knees." And I'm willing to pay the price even today. Thank you. And by the way, it pays off.
In the long run, it pays off. Yes.
That's why sometimes when I left Parliament after working so hard and Baba didn't like me and they tossed me off, after 5-10 years, one of my greatest fearless critics, Honorable Gachagua Mt, said, Mr. Speaker, PSC, Public Accounts Committee, was PSC when Magara was chair, and yet we're not in very good books. So this sometimes to repeat itself, and of course the price you pay is worth it also sometimes.
Okay. Siti atakupatia methali alafu kutoka hapo tuendelee.
I hope nitakuwa rahisi. Just it naye pia ni a philosopher. The others has been quite a bit, but it's all right. I'll bear with it.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Kingdom of Morocco. Okay? Say nice things to your friend around others. Chastise them face to face.
Repeat one more time.
Say nice things to your friends among others. Chastise him face to face.
Certainly. You know, if you're friends, you shouldn't badmouth them to other people.
Yes.
I mean, then it means you're no friends. But the genuine friend also, you tease them and correct them when you're looking at them. Because your friend will not correct them. In fact, he'll work towards even drawing a deeper wage. Talk nice things about your friend elsewhere. You continue growing the friendship. Correct them when you're looking at them on the face. True. That actually is, it's also good friendship.
That is actually
a friendship who tells you the truth, not talking nice things to other people.
Yes.
But then he doesn't wants nice things to you, and then tells people bad things. That's not a good friend.
True. I agree with you. All right. Let's get down to business. This thing on the paper, I'm sure you have seen it. This coalition pact or conversations between the fourth president, Uhuru Kenyatta, and opposition leaders. What do you make of it?
It shouldn't be about Uhuru Kenyatta because, you know, what you kind of compress to that is that there's something you want to achieve. But basically it is that anybody who is in leadership, you do not wipe your, kind of like you put your brain into default setting just because you've retired. You have, through experience, you also share, if at all. And like Miles Monroe keeps saying, if you have knowledge and information, please share it and die empty, the great man that he was.
Yeah.
So if somebody has gone through an experience, please allow them to share, because that you're not practicing, then you'll become a cabbage. In actual fact, I think that's the tragedy in Kenya. If you don't elect to politics, then they say you are empty, you have no space in society. You will find, like, I lost to number 2 with 145,000 votes. But somebody was elected from some constituency with 5,000 votes. He says you have no business talking to me because you're elected. Look at the irony rate. So when it is about building coalitions, we share for experiences. And anybody, even whether former or present, whatever happens today affects you as a Kenyan, even your generation or the people around you. So there is a sense of agency from Kenyans to tell us, guys, it's time that we patch up together. Otherwise, we'll be hung on different trees.
Yeah.
And that has brought in a sense of commitment from all the presidential candidates who are willing to run on one ticket.
Yeah.
And I dare say, anybody else who does anything against Kenyans' wish, you live alone. And I can tell you, even if it means one who is willing to stand with the Kenyans,
yes,
he will carry the day. So it is an experience we had, and I want to mirror it around 2000 and the 2007 moment, the NAC wave. That is the moment the Kenyan was one. Remember, even when we pretend that we are national and extremely, civilized, we still know our roots. Even our constitution recognizes our diversity. I am from Kisii. There's something else that I can bring on the table in terms of culture and everything else. So people also want to see comfort, that I can see Mbuvi out there, I can see city, not because of the tribe that you come from. And again, honestly speaking, if coming from a tribe, then you're a tribalist, like Janabogungo Odinga said. If by coming from a tribe you're a tribalist, then each one of us is a tribalist, because you must come from a tribe to become a Kenyan. So such kind of faces, when they appear, Kenyans say, oh, there's hope here. And even when somebody wants to strangle you, there was somebody saying, hey, slow. Usinyonga sana, and pole. So this is the moment that we really want to bring back on the table and let Kenyans share this moment. There's a commitment from all of them, and I believe that they all mean, I'm not running for presidency, but I'm supporting anyone who stands on a ticket of opposition. I'll give my heart out of it.
Yes.
And perhaps the city is looking at me that they ask whether I've retired. This could be my last shot to retire, maybe my last bullet. But if some of our seniors have not retired, I still have the energy to do. So this is a critical moment for Kenya. And that, honestly, we haven't sank that low in terms of governance structures, raping all the institutions of governance, mixing them like, uji, and pouring them out there. Today, a government that's supposed to protect their people, they're really, encouraging goonism. Askari, policemen working with goons. We can't have a country like that.
Okay.
And we can't go to 2060 with this kind of thing. Institutions are working, investors cannot even share this land base here. We need to do it better. And this is the way to go. It may be an issue that we can need to rebrand and get mistakes that we did before. Otherwise, we also would end up cannibalizing each other.
Yes.
And then we lose to the enemy.
Okay.
Not the enemy, in actual fact, the opponent.
Muhesh, in 2024, when we had the protests in many parts of the country, then even last year we had similar protests, and even this year we've had a few instances where people have decided to go to the streets. One would have said at the time that President Ruto or the Kenya Kwanza government, the broad-based government, has lost it, and these guys are surely and without a shadow of doubt a one-term regime. But with every single passing day, I'm having conversations with politicians and governance experts and political analysts. I'm beginning to think that perhaps nothing has really changed, and this one term might just be a slogan and nothing much. Where do you think Kenyans are right now, as a politician and as a party leader? Do you think they are truly fed up with this government, as politicians would like us to believe?
I'll tell you, every corner of the country where you land or share, the experience is the same. The pain is the same. It doesn't matter, young, old, those, so to say, in power and those outside power, all of them are suffering. And I can tell you, there's no petrol pump that is specific to where the president comes from. The price of the fuel is the same.
True.
The pain is across the board. What is others are trying to manage is diversionary tactics by using resources that have been stolen. You buy crowds. Like in Kisii, there was a meeting over last weekend. One interesting, wonderful lady said, "Do you think anything is going to come out for a change of this country? Do you think that somebody is coming out from this regime to give to somebody else like so and so?" I said yes, and this was people who were supposed to be shouting to term, but in the reality of the matter, at the spur of the moment, the people themselves, the inner feeling of people came out. I said, "Do you think anybody can even stand a chance?" Those were cases. Said yes, but these were hired guys paid by the so-called empowerment thing. So we can do all manner of things. People are now saying, "Can I take my Panadol now because they've stolen the Panadol from the shelves of the hospitals? Let me keep my Panadol. Sasa kwa mfuko because wameniletea. Hii barabara kidogo wamekula light, wakinunua kanaenda kununua kando." People are picking money, but the rest of the matter is, it will not. And Al-Kalau is an example.
Yes.
Kisii is one of the examples that we did. When I feel like I in PDP in Yasiongo, and there was other people who feel like 3 other constituencies, counties.
Yes.
People came with tons of money. Movie.
Yes.
It's not a joke. Money couldn't fit in the wallet or envelopes. It's pro boxers who were carrying money in the booth. At the end of the day, people closed shop and they voted what they wanted to vote.
Watu walikuja na pesa.
So pesa ni sawa itakuja na kuna. Now they're saying it is the money which you're supposed to give them development that they are actually giving them in advance. Pick it, buy your Panadol now, and wait for the elections day to put out a ballot where it matters. Yeah. The reality is, movie is not a joke.
Yeah.
This is going to be a moment. Kenyans are going to make a statement. I'm convicted for sure.
If we use Al-Kalau as an example, then perhaps we should also use Mbere. We should use the elections that happened in where the son of Ongondowere won as another example. Kasipul, yes. And the other 9 or so by-elections then, which again will just point towards the broad-based government.
Look at what happened in that Ongondowere's case. Violence was out of here. Out there in there was Muradikir.
Yes.
Look at what happened out there. Actually, the opposition never put a fight at all. They almost gave up. But DCP threw in a candidate and let the MCA run the campaign. That MCA went against the government of the day and got those votes. The thing is, if then all this team was together in that particular constituency, I can tell you things are going to change. And now it's a bit strenuous in the sense that we haven't picked a candidate. If we pick a candidate with a face of Kenya behind him or her, boss, well, it's fire.
Yeah.
I am convicted.
You know, these conversations are interesting so long as they're political discussions, but what I feel is often lacking in these conversations, beyond the politicization of it, is how all these discussions and all these pushing and shoving, how it benefits the citizenry. Let's say, for instance, today, Mheshimiwa, President Ruto said, "I am stepping down now." What would the opposition do?
He steps down.
Yeah, it says he steps down.
Yeah.
Kindiki steps down. So now he says, guys, we're going into an election. It is not 2027, but I'm no longer going to be president. What would the opposition do?
You mean as in terms of policy or getting together or picking one of the
I'm leaving it as general as possible because the president has gone. There's no more. We don't have a president. What will the opposition do?
It's a fairly unrealistic situation. But let's put a hypothetical that happens. I can tell you the messiah of relief to the entire republic. We know what ails us, city. We know what ails us. And we are not blind to the fact of the pain points of Kenyans. it will be, a celebration for Kenyans. The only thing challenge can put us down today, and I must confess, is that if we do not have this candidate today, then they will be scrambling for that position.
But you don't have a candidate today.
Yeah. If that was to happen, hypothetically, if that was happening, and we are in this state, they can be not because we have no idea, but there will be a bit of confusion in who takes the mantle.
The chaos would be catastrophic.
Well, so you can say that, but basically what we are saying here, if we all mean well, and I can tell you, from where I sit, you can see who can deliver this, but I don't know how to say it now. I'll be preempting debate.
I know you're biased, though.
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
But I won't mention what it is. Okay. But basically what I'm saying, the only, not because if that happens, we can't have anything to do. We have all to do, but we need a team, a team leader. All this is a leadership. Only a team leader to fix what we want to fix.
Okay.
But brother, City, do you have to experiment on the education of Kenyans through a funding model that doesn't work? You waste lives and then remember 3 years later. Why engineer something that works?
You see, the easy part, Mheshimiwa, if someone told me you wanted to be president, I would have an opinion, because I've taken time to understand you and I've watched your career for a long time. And so if you say this is what you believe in, I'll take it seriously. But of the other people who purport to be in the opposition, I would not. One, simply because I don't know them. But also there's nothing that they have done over time that convinces me that they have the interest of the country at heart. You see, in that entire group of people who say they're in the opposition, oddly enough, there's an individual who one hardly ever speaks of, doesn't even hold rallies, called Jimmy Wanjigi. Him has a plan. You listen to what he says, you may punch holes into it, but he has a plan. And he tells you, my plan, this is what we need to sort out. If we sort out this is what we'll be able to do. All these things that we have as a problem we'll be able to resolve. Why am I saying this, Mheshimiwa? It's this. When you have a coalition full of people whose rallying call is that they are against the sitting president, that coalition is dangerous, because there is nothing they are saying that would convince me that they actually want change. What they want is to remove somebody from a certain position. But they're not telling me when they've removed that person what else we are going to face.
Now, let me try to answer that. The kind of election we're going to face tomorrow, by God's grace, is a different election. And I can tell you, His Excellency William Ruto was given 2 years for a revolt in 2024, after 2 years of his reign. And I told these brothers of mine and sisters in here, I'm not running. In fact, I wish we would propose me as a president, but thank you for your good compliment. I've told them, it will take a miracle if you come with the same theatrics and mentions that don't make sense. 60 to 90 days, if Kenyans feel nothing, you'll be shipped out of office. That's why we require some radical changes. People mean, and you punch and people feel you. City, it's not a joke. If that happens and we are sitting on our laps enjoying with the opulence I see out here, 60 days will be too much for Kenyans to be patient with us. We'll be shipped out of the office. That I can tell you for free. And they know. So if any of us here, among our team leaders, is going to maintain the status quo, let them not even bother. And that's why I also want you to help us, the city, and of course, gauge all of us. Because you are in a proper space to put us on the spot, city. It may not make sense, but remember, Kenyans are informed today. We are going to be preaching this, that we shall do X, Y, Z, and I'm warning any of these brothers and sisters of mine who sit in that office, 60 days will be too much. So if we are not prepared for it, let the status quo remain. But you cannot take Kenyans for granted this time round. City, trust me.
You see, I believe you. It's not that. That's why I singled it out. You see, I'm talking about you have taken time to understand your politics. Well, over time, the But I've also taken the time to look at some of the individuals who are in the united opposition. You know, you must represent hope. When somebody represents hope, nobody even asks them about their track record. Nobody even asks them what they have done, what they haven't done. And if there are mistakes, people will overlook those mistakes. But the feeling that this person, when they speak, they're actually speaking for me. It is something that isn't easy to attain. And it's also something that the public gives you in the form of trust.
Correct.
Okay? But the public is also fickle. They can be swayed. And the African has this thing about leadership. I saw it in the Moi era as a young man. If you said something which seemed to contradict, what you're offering was a diversified view, not contradiction. You could get killed.
Yes.
Just because you have a different view. I saw the same as Raila was ascending to power. Man, if you said anything that appeared to be, again, you are not contradicting.
You're a mole.
You could get injured. That is at the very least. Meeting your maker was also an option that was on the table. Now, there is an intolerance that politics sometimes creates. There's a guy who was recently called by the security agencies for the things he said, a guy called Kagushia. The things he said were completely unnecessary. Okay? Unfortunately, they're in the public domain. He can recant all he likes, but people have heard them. They were unnecessary. But those things are unfortunate and they are dangerous. Because some people hear them and take them for granted. In the years gone by, this is why I like history. After multipartyism came in, and you were working, say, in the Kericho area, and you happened to be in the tea picking business, many of the people who pick tea there are Kisis, Luyas, and Luas. They were told to stay at home on the day of the election. Not, if you didn't, you could leave, but stay at home. Meaning, don't go and vote. Meaning, they did not want any vote that would oppose the vote that they favored. Okay? These are practices that we have had in our country. What we saw in 2008, we considered a tragedy, but it was a tragedy that had been in the making for quite some time.
Agree. City, please, I want to take you back to the quality of leadership.
Yes.
Please help us expose this, because the internet, this is that would lie. Then Kenyans also now make choices with proper information when we know they have consequences, as it were.
Yes.
But having said that, you intolerance,
yes,
is the main thing. And I was part of the team in 2007, and I regret having done what we did, because sometimes also when you're desperate wanting to get something to remove X from, separate X and Y, we sometimes also get carried away.
Yes.
And you speak things that you do not know the consequences.
Yes, you set
and I can
emotion.
tell you, you raise the emotions. And I remember when I put it in the context, it's just like you're putting a trigger, hoping that when the bullet goes out, you can retrieve it.
You can't.
When it's gone already. We are the ones who raised the trigger, pulled the trigger, and it was the thing. The consequences were catastrophic. We are also guilty as charged in the opposition that time.
Yes,
and that's why we must learn from this, from the experience of the past. Some statements made today could even make 207 a joke.
Yes,
and that's why all of us must also come up and please see to your followership. The viewership here is impossible. You have stakes in this kind of shaping the narrative, because again, Kenyans are very quite informed today. The only thing is, sometimes also, if the emotions of the people is not fired properly, or if they say is my man, that's how you find like this day today. Like there are no Gen Zs in Kisumu because they are in broad-based. when people are stating that there is something here they do that is not right, but they say, as we now don't want to go because we want to get our tarmac, or we have 2 ministers. And we have had ministers before during Kenyatta's time, and there were more than today, the one they have today. So if as we grapple to unify Kenyans and put sense in some of the electorates, basically we still remain tribal. That's the tragedy of this thing. Sometimes when you see people tell you, when Baba has read, I have read. When Baba has given a reward, the community is rewarded, for example. That's a tragedy now. But what we are saying, with time, the pain that is inflicted on these Kenyans, like when we were talking about dynasty and whatever.
And
hata mtoto akijikua akideclare wembe apewe. So now that we've got a razor blade, I hope we have learned our lessons. I do hope
actually we haven't. The reason why we haven't, we are at an interesting tipping point because there are people who are in positions of political leadership who were fairly young when certain things happened, and so they may not understand that some of the things they're experiencing now are ramifications from positions people took much earlier. You see, look at the banditry that used to exist in the northern, what were known as the Northern Frontier District. What you hear of are terrorists now. They just destroy. But banditry, one hardly hears of any banditry. There was a lot of cattle rustling and banditry in the northwest part of the country. One doesn't hear of it very often now. If it happens, it's in pockets. But there are reasons why those things were happening. When you neglect, literally, either by policy, because the Northern Frontier, it was policy. People think it was the 1965 sessional paper. No, that just put the rubber stamp on 3 other ordinances which began in 1902, then 1926, then 1934. Administratively, that region was marginalized because it was considered non-productive. When political reasoning is used to justify, again, marginalizing certain regions, the areas where you find such things happening, they were marginalized. It's not really complicated. Now, how do we ensure that the benefits and the gains we've made with this 2010 constitution actually helps us? Now, you see, that's where we are stuck. We talk about the things that the executive does. Mheshimiwa, are people forced to take money? No. Yes. I mean, you can say no. There are people who dissent. We actually have people in parliament who I know don't take money. They say, no, this I'm not going to. But there are few, and those voices are not heard.
For sure.
When people are appointed to independent offices, there is the assumption that they will do the bidding of the appointing officer. That's not really the reason why you're appointed. When Chief Justice Maraga annulled the 2017 election, I still remember the anger with which President Uhuru reacted.
We shall revisit.
Yes, but it tells you, as the appointing authority, well, he wasn't really the appointing authority, but as the authority who had been president, it was assumed that this person would move in a certain direction. He did not, meaning he guided the Supreme Court to look at this thing in the way they did and said, guys, this doesn't meet the threshold. Now, why do we have a rarity? Why? Or when you look at the example that was set, if you look at what the judiciary has done, the Uhuru government considered the judiciary a roadblock to the development. They were just doing their job. Actually, their job is not to agree with the executive. This particular government has been accused of coercing the judiciary. Again, who forces you to be coerced? We can't have a situation where we are going into an election and the people who want to replace those in this government don't show you any visible signs that they're any different.
Respecting the institutions of power.
Yes, they don't, or even the law of the land. And then, so you're asking, this difference that we are going to get, what is it exactly? What is it? Because if you ask me, the difference would be the people who say they're in the opposition demonstrate the complete opposite of what they are speaking against. But that doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't seem to be the case.
You know, as I said, City, I said the tragedy is we work conveniently when it favors us. I mean, that's the hypocrisy I don't find. I find very strange. For example, we said, I will never use state organs to oppress people. We are doing exactly the opposite. Remember, even Osama bin Laden was a creation of the Americans.
Of the CIA, to be precise.
He grew bigger than the CIA itself. We are using our young people, exploiting them because of the lack of jobs, which Trump said we want to give you jobs, some of whom we have exploited out there. Voluntary slavery today, you push them out in hope that you're going to quest that Kazi Maju. Those who are left behind, you recruit them into goons whom you pay to pull down your enemy, thinking that criminal enterprise will end when you tell them to stop. It will go beyond you. And it's now an economic venture that this system has actually brought. There are some areas in this country where you can't in this town where you cannot hold on a rally until you pay so much. You saw what happened with the minister, the PS for youth.
For youth, yes.
He had those youths around him, but it became unbearable. So sometimes we start something you can't finish. And that's why we need to go back and say, what do our institutions say? What do we hold on to? And let me tell you, we don't lack policies in this country. Why don't we gloss over them? Remember, today, even your name betrays you. We're actually going back worse than where we were. Some kids can't get jobs. Somebody, my sibling or any of my children who has a name, you put off the list of shortlisting. I have a personal experience, and this is what we pray that we come over, merit then takes place. We said we want to criminalize corruption. It's starting from the top, and do it. They do it gladly. You say you want to go to Vision 2060, yeah, and yet the titles of this country are just tissue paper, and we said it. I can come and grab city's land and say, because I have built city now, please take this price I give you for a win-win. Who does that? How do you bring and attract investors with this kind of, the shaky environment where when you turn around, somebody told me, he talked to me yesterday about something, and by 11 o'clock, I think he was coming home, he was attacked by goons in Kisii. And we know who is doing it, and we don't do anything about it. When we are doing election 2022, the same people who were in office, some of them, and I think I agree with you, they were actually using goons to punch us. My driver was hit, and the person the victim who was picked was released by a telephone call from the high office. They're the same ones who are now also grumbling about the same situation which this administration is having. So sometimes we tell the guys, please create policies that would favor you when you are in power, and laws that will favor you when you're in power and when your worst enemy has it. But we forget that if we start it, it may not end with you. How do you explain city? As a serious Kenyan who is in office today, it says, lazima tukae kwa hii kiti kabisa, watu wakishinda watatufunga. They know they are doing some criminal acts, and they know watafungwa. Does it not become a right thing if when you leave office? Does it change? A crime will remain a crime. We have refused to punish corruption, and now people are also receding into kind of submitting into fate that if TSC letters are picked by the highest office of land and they dished out to people to go and
campaign with,
give out, not for free, but for a price of about 300,000 shillings to a widow, for example. I mean, what institution do we have? Some of these are some of the things that we are trying to say. If we do not change them, even when we get to this office, I hope we shall, there will be no patience on our part. And that's what I'm saying also, please, Mbuvi and City, take your role also seriously. And I like the questions you people are asking. If there's a way City can point at an issue and put me on the spot. In America, they dig into your life.
Oh, they do.
And it can actually bring you down. Today here, you're a celebrity when you are a criminal. You are rewarded and honored when you actually take millions of shillings to give 500 shillings or 1,000 to 3,000 people in a baraza, and IBC is watching, and then it is not a crime.
Even murder.
No, let me ask you, what society are we keeping? And are we seeing it? And City, even if for sure, my brother City, even if I don't do anything, you actually give Kenyans safety and security of themselves and their property. That's even enough. Then they can be able to run out there and do their businesses. Today you don't know. Thakari is coming back the streets of Nairobi. Unanyanganywa kabisa na hakuna mtu anafanya jambo. What we thought
it is already here.
It's already here. And we are almost clinically in the city. So are we then going backwards or forwards? That's why I'm saying, City, there is so much we can talk about, even without doing any policy. Do what's naturally. Provide security to our people. Give them an environment that can actually do things. That alone. If I was to do that alone, I don't need.
Actually, Mheshimiwa, on that note, what is so difficult about maintaining that peace and order and protection of lives and property? What is so difficult about it? Like you've said, we are now seeing thugs coming back to Nairobi. Literally, uko town hivi mtu wa pikipiki anakuja na kuibia mchana. Na anaenda na hakuna kitu kinafanyika huko.
Let me tell you, Mbuvi, if they want you today, even Murkomen say they know where you sleep. It is deliberate. They are creating an environment of confusion and fear that we don't even come out and criticize them. So it's not that it's difficult. It's deliberate. How do you explain that Murkomen says we pay all the taxes, and he says, sometimes police also require fuel. And the biggest budget consumer of these state resources is the Minister of Internal Security. And then he says, can you have an explanation why we have several people, families, employing watchmen to pay from their pocket when they're paying taxes? It is an analogy that we don't want to stand into, but because it's convenient and I can actually get a bigger budget, which I pull out and of course start now distributing, because you have now become a mobile bank, a central bank of sorts, so that the confusion can continue. Move, it's deliberate. These guys know what they are doing. If they wanted City Muga today, even for the minutest of error, they will find him. But if it's convenient, you look the other way.
Now that you've mentioned it, Mheshimiwa, if you think about it, City, when you go to places like Germany, Norway, Netherlands, utapata watchman.
Hakuna.
I lived in an era where they didn't exist. So
here in Kenya.
Here, nowhere else. We didn't have these walls you see where typical Kenyan fashion, they have broken glass on the top of it, and then they have the barbed wire. You wonder, see, Kwani, it's an overkill. Huh?
And we're not paying taxes. So you pay taxes, and there will be other taxes beyond taxes. We're saying we're funding education. It is too expensive, my friend. When was it Muga, my brother? Now you see them always on your televisions crying tears, women weeping that this was the only hope, that this guy was called my medical doctor and the babies are here. How do you compensate those lives? Is it really normal for anybody who is going to school, abetted from through school, and can compromise kids' education, unless you don't want to make them poor and rule them forever? And I think some of the policies this government has done, without winking, is that they want to make us poor, that they can now buy us for a song. And that's what they're trying to do.
Is that really true, Mheshimiwa?
Sorry?
Is that really true? Is it that this government has a deliberate policy to impoverish its citizens?
No. But let me ask you, how do you kill the sector that was supposed to create employment? You do not
kill which
the environment of doing business, which we are supposed to create.
Just wait. You're telling me that the government has a deliberate policy of killing the sector that creates businesses, encourages businesses? How is it doing it?
Can I tell you, City?
Yes.
It's very easy to handle a person who is angry.
Yes.
So if all of us can't afford X and somebody can say, I'll subsidize this for you today. And remember, this person subsidizes today and tomorrow is not there. And as part of the moment, they make it available for you. And some of the policies that we have put in place is to enrich some quota, and the other guys can also can be watching. Can you imagine before us we started struggling for independence, we were actually running away from slavery. Today, our kids are taking passports to enslave themselves. Do you know how many people have died out there? Not that we don't have and we don't have capacity. Remember when Kibaki said, you pay riba kodi na tutafanya hiyo kazi na hiyo tutafanya. Did you feel the economic growth? Was the taxes Kenyans were paying then lower than now, if not more than double? We've borrowed to an extent that it is unbearable, but these monies don't turn around to create those opportunities that they're borrowing them for. So, as I said, even if you want to run away from it, it is good, easy to manage an angry person.
Let's try and have an honest conversation about this, and let's get again historical on this one. Currently, we are told that known active gangs in this country are more than 100. Known. By the time they're documented, they have names, and the people even know where they operate. Some are actually multi-county, meaning they're in one county and you find them in another county. It's like they have branches. But the group that stood out for the longest time, and in the eyes of people, one was because one found them in the city of Nairobi, which is the capital of Kenya, was Mungiki. But go back a bit. When did Mungiki rise to power? It was in the Moi era, not the Kibaki era. They grew. They were given political wings and arms, and they were. And they became a power that had been given a political nod. They would control matatus.
Yes.
Then they really grew. They became extortionists. I didn't know about that extent until my friend from Central Kenya would tell me, my friend, it is easier to send my parents money than for me to go. And if I go, I have to come back that same day. I can't sleep. I said, why? He said, they'll come at night. Because, yes, and if I take things and they can see, my parents will visit at night. And they'll say, we know your son or your daughter brought this.
TV.
Yes, tunataka our share. Now, the unfortunate thing is that the way it was dealt with, again, it was in the Kibaki era. And it was through extrajudicial means. But that monster didn't grow in another country and was brought here. We grew it.
Great. And there's a difference here. If I can correct you, then they were given a political nod.
They were.
Thank you. These goons have been legitimized within the system of the police.
No, my point is, Mheshimiwa, there are goons all over the country. Chinkororo. Have they ceased to exist?
They're there.
How? Those are goons from his neck of the woods. How? Baghdad boys died. Literally, most of them died literally. There was a time, the KANU, the era of NDP and LDP, and the wars that took place between the late Raila Amolo Odinga and the late Mayor Oile of Kisumu, who was a KANU stalwart. Young people died in large numbers. Yes, we don't have Baghdad boys, but we have some. We have Marine, and then we have China group. Okay, they are known. Again, groups of that nature cannot exist if there isn't a nod
and being oiled.
They can't exist if the government of the day does not want them to exist. They will cease to exist
tomorrow or midnight today.
My point is, there is no part of this country where there are no goons, and these people we are calling goons are young people who have probably lost hope. They do not know what else to do. And the examples they've seen by people who are slightly older is that they provide security for politicians. That's how it starts. They are also then engaged to disrupt rallies. This isn't something that happened because Ruto became president. No, this has been happening for the longest possible time.
But do you appreciate now it is even, the scale is massive?
The scale is profound, and that's why I began with Mungiki, and I began by saying extrajudicial means, things that are actionable in court, were used to get rid of them. I am simply making the point and augmenting what you're saying, that they exist because there is a nod. If there was a genuine effort to get rid of this haki, they would not exist.
And that's what I told you. They know them. They could even pick them then when we didn't have CCTV.
Yes.
So they even CCTV, they can tell this is a movie. But because I know movie and there's on my mission, I look the other way. But remember also, brother, that movie fellow you are turned away from, tomorrow you turn against your daughter.
Very true.
But Ndogu, those people they become business people. They don't belong to you. They belong to the person who's okay? If you look at the role that politicians play in goonism, yes, we can blame the executive. They're usually an easy target to blame. But it's the politicians who hang out with goons.
Let me ask
it's
you.
The politicians.
I think let's not go there. Are the politicians therefore above the law?
No,
they're not.
No, they are not.
So my question is, why are we not dealing with those politicians?
Thank you, those politicians, and they are known.
Now, you see, my friend, we have arrived at the same point of view. These goons are our nephews, if you're at my age. They are my younger cousins. They are our people. Okay? Now, the things that would make this thing stop without the violence and extrajudicial means would be to revive the hope that there are opportunities that they can
I would
get.
say that.
Okay? Because somebody who knows they can do something better with their lives, they're not going to go around throwing stones at people and they know very well they can get injured or killed. That would not be an option. But when there aren't many other options, that's the option that they choose. Now, what am I saying? I am saying that if somebody doesn't come up with a concrete plan as to how it is they want to uplift the lives of the youth, the Wananchi. We've had youth programs from time immemorial. The monies that have been allocated are immense. What features is not the changes they have brought, but how that money has been stolen. Not misused. This one is not mismanagement, it's just stolen.
Theft.
That is what is usually at the forefront of all these discussions.
And let me ask you, City, even that theft, you have been told how it's gone and who has it. But why don't we prosecute those guys? We look the other way because they stole for me. And we also create programs. City, that you live in this country. Strangely, anything we touch, what is in there for me? It is sad story, my brother.
You know,
a sad story that when I craft a program, there is something in there for me. It is not a program that is going to benefit those guys. What am I going to reap out of it? And that is what I find very strange. City, you remember the Anglo-Lacings case? You remember that? And it was 17 contracts for a forensic science lab in Karura and all. Movie, I think we were young at that time.
Yes.
Nothing, not even soil was turned. And a kijiko moja ikuwe mechimbwa kwa foundation. Nothing. Conceptualized on paper, designed on paper, implemented on paper, approved on paper, and paid on paper.
How much was it again?
7.1 billion.
Okay.
At that time.
2003, 7.1 billion.
They cleaned it, kabisa.
At the parliamentary committee, the beauty about it was we nipped at the bud when exactly they were at the act. We said, Public Account Committee, we do a special audit.
Yes.
And let me tell you, bro, that was a big deal. I was looked for as a chairman to ensure that this thing dies. I said, no, I was elected to speak for Kenyans and not chew on their behalf. We cancelled all those contracts. As to where that money, where it was going, came to Treasury for proper development, is what I don't know. But those contracts were nipped at the bud. And, you know the offer then?
What?
Before I could speak, please look the other way, 10%. That would be 710 million shillings. I wish I took it today. No, ningekuwa nachopa 10 that time. But let me tell you, you live light and easy. And this is some of things we need to do. We know the criminals. And remember, because that investigation particularly was done using proper figures and numbers without malice, it will never die until all those ones who ate die or their generation leaves.
That particular scandal, there's one aspect that was tied to that I found particularly interesting, and it involved the military, the Navy. The Navy contracts people who build ships, gunships and the things that they use. But this is one instance where money was being used to actually convert a freighter, a ship that is used for business, into a frigate or something that the military, the Navy would use. And you're wondering, but see, there are people who make those things. Well, why don't we just go to them and
we just get something fully fledged functional?
No, it's from scratch, from design. Yes, this one is meant to carry cargo. It's meant to do what, and yet there's the issue of the conversion. When we choose to look the other way, you see what we're discussing. That's what we set in motion then. And we are now here.
Yeah. It is not legitimized.
It is a fully grown monster.
You know, you'll be surprised. See, movie, these things you should get to the root was a matter. You'll be surprised. A project comes in, a procurement officer is called, not by anybody else, but a state officer that give that to city. You're turned up at your city. And not city to implement. Conduit ya kutoa chapa. I mean, boss, we're not doing well as a nation. And the city, even if you were to slit my throat, I would still say we're not doing well in terms of governance and the corruption of this country. It is big time.
Mhesh, tumefika the end of the show. Parting shot. And I'll ask you this question. Sijui ukienda kuongea na watu opposition, as you guys are planning to give us the opposition candidate and the manifesto, do you think a manifesto should have, like in President Ruto's case, over 200 promises and only 11% of those promises have been delivered upon? About 26 of them fully completed. Others, of course, are ongoing. Musitengeneze manifesto inatoka hapa mpaka Uganda bana.
Let me say this, I told you, things must be done differently. And I'm telling you, we can paint as much as you can. I'd rather we do a 7-10 point agenda, implement them in the first 60 days, and give Kenyans hope. Hiyo elaborate thing ya kuonyesha we want to tutatenga bilioni 10 kwa kina mama kufanya hii, na una hiyo pesa, tutafanya hii, tutajenga hii, tutafanya hii, tutajenga hii. These days, internet does not lie. You can see how embarrassing it is to some of us who are in leadership today. I will advise them for free. Touch 3 or 4 good things. Improve on policy on agriculture productivity and value chain. Please give people health. Let them be treated. Give them security. And put our children to school. That is, I mean, this 20 we can actually achieve in 2040 if we do those things, and seriously so. The leakages that we get in this country, we are the budget that we pass, maybe even a quarter is what goes to actual implementation. The balance of it is all eaten. Fact. And you see, if City is my boss, or City is the topmost guy, yeah, amesambia jamaa kule mtu fulani anataka boss anataka kitu. What I'll do as the fourth layer, I'll say, okay, boss ameitisha anaongeza 10 yake. Ikisonga kwako another 10. So the total cost of this thing is so much, itafika kwa mkubwa ni alikuwa anataka, lakini hapa katikati tumefanya nini? Tumechora sisi wote. So I don't want some of us to tell people and paint a picture that we cannot be able to implement. Let's be realistic and practical. We know what ails this country. Ndugu, not that Kenya is not a safe place for destination for investment. The environment of investment is actually hostile. How can somebody come and do a ranch here, or do take a place to grow maize, to grow fodder for cows for the whole year, dairy cows, when they don't know whether this is legit? Okay. And this is government, you can actually send that lease when they tell you it was forged. I mean, go today, somebody who forged a document and they got orders on a forged paper, which is not witnessed. And they got orders. Okay. So, unless those systems are put in place, I would ask them not to do more than 7, which they can implement in the first 60-70 days, will be safe. Otherwise, city, tutahamishwa town kama panya, utalia kama panya bana na mtego.
All right. Asante sana mheshimiwa. That is where we come to a close. Coming up next, another conversation takes shape, and this one It's still on matters to do with politics, but this time around, I want to cross the borders kidogo. So don't go too far. We'll be right back. Mheshimiwa, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure being here.
All right.
Anytime.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A police officer attached to Mikindani police station in Mombasa has been found dead in Kilifi County after being reported missing. Police identified the officer as Constable Jilo Maalim Lucas, whose body was recovered at Bonje Shopping Center and taken to the Coast General Teaching and Referral Hospital. His colleagues and brother later confirmed his identity at the mortuary. Investigators have since visited the scene as they begin inquiries into the circumstances surrounding his death. Governance expert Stephen Ngare Makindu has raised doubts over the opposition's plans ahead of the 2027 general election. Makindu questions whether the party will eventually present a presidential candidate, saying internal divisions and uncertainty over leadership could affect its chances. He adds that disagreements within the opposition over strategy and personalities could work in favor of President William Ruto's re-election bid if not resolved.
The more things change, the more the things remain the same. But it is a question. The opposition is confused.
Yeah.
They don't know how to deal with William Ruto, who is, I would say, ahead in terms of articulating issues. It looks like he has a plan. It looks like he knows how to go around things. And they have two sides of that opposition. Today, I was reading a post by the brother to JB Muturi. He was bashing Rigiji and saying, you can't come to Mount Kenya East, you can't come to Ataf and dictate that everybody has to be DCP. We have also other parties. They are already fighting. And Uhuru Kenyatta would not be comfortable as it is to be replaced by Rigiji. That is why in all presses that have been happening the last 2 weeks by the opposition, Rigiji has not been there. He's a loner. He wants to force everybody his way. And they say, Mother Karua must survive. JB Muturi must survive. Everyone around the mountain has looked for survival. And that survival will not be if they follow Rigiji.
Motorists using Mombasa Road should expect traffic disruption from August 10th following a partial closure near Bellevue. The Kenya National Highways authorities say the closure is needed to allow the construction of a box culvert and will remain in place until September 14th. Kenha says only part of the road will be closed at a time, with motorists using remaining 2 lanes during the construction period. Leaders from the coast region serving in the broad-based government have urged residents to register as voters in large numbers to increase the region's voter population to 4 million, led by Senate Speaker Amason Kingi and Cabinet Secretaries Ali Hassan Joho and Salim Mvurya. The leaders said a large voter base will give the coast region greater political influence of President William Ruto's expected second-term bid.
Siri kubwa ni sisi sote tujiandikishe tuchukue kura. Bila kura hawezi kumweka yule mtu ambaye una haja naye. Wale ambao wamechukia William Ruto hawana shida na Ruto, wako na shida na sisi kwamba Ruto ametushika mkono. Ndiyo maana nataka niwaombe, vita hivi ni vyetu bwana. Kwanza kama wewe uko Kilifi hii, hakikisha uko na kitambulisho kwanza. Pili, hakikisha umepata kura.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. 9 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvi, the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi. Mombasa, it's 90.7 FM. Garissa, it's 89.5 FM. And for our audience in South Sudan, because we are hosting a guest from that particular side of the world, you can find us across all our spaces on social media. You can also find us on www.radiogeneration.co.ke. We're also live on YouTube and live on Facebook, live on X as well, and live on Twitch. Man, I can mention all the other places that we are live. Siti Muga ako hapa, hajaenda popote pale. And the conversation this particular hour is on South Sudan's first ever general election gamble. And more or less, we're asking, is it a fight for democracy in Africa? With us is Honorable Ding Deng Mao. He is a South Sudanese politician. He is the chairman of the 7 October movement and is a presidential candidate in this year's elections. Mr. Deng, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning, Radio Generation.
Maybe you can help us understand what is the 7th October movement?
Good morning again, and through you, allow me to greet the viewers of the Radio Generations and the South Sudanese viewers who might be joining us live to listen. 7 October movement is a political movement that was founded in the darkest area in our country. 7 October movement was a movement founded within the dungeons, the detention facility, on the date 7 October in 2018.
Okay.
Political prisoners who were unjustly detained used to undergo a lot of violations. And it happened that the regime could come into the prison at night, lynch whoever they want to pick, take them away, bring them back bleeding and crying. And on one fateful day, we managed to have an access to the newspaper. And on that newspaper, we read that there were 2 political opponents that were arrested here in Kenya and taken to South Sudan, kept in that facility for some few days, and they were also disappeared from there and never came back. We found it in the newspaper written that those people were killed. And when that information reached the inmates, furious first, and then later, we agree that if this is what happened when people picked at night, they are taken to their grave, we should not allow any one of us again to be picked at night.
Okay.
Yes.
It was a forced abduction, a forced disappearance.
Forced disappearance. So by this night of the 7th October, they came in again. They were attempting to pick someone. We don't know who was to be picked, but we resisted. And by the grace of God, maybe we overpowered them and we took control of the facility.
Okay.
By the way, it was something like a movie, because after we overpowered the guards, there was a small armory within the facility that the inmate broke into.
Yes.
And we arm ourselves.
Okay.
We arm ourselves, and then we
defended. Yes.
We defended ourselves, and we established a communication with the authorities. Yes, we call out and we still to them, hey, we are not escaping, and we are responsible citizens.
Yes.
We are good citizens of this country, and that's why we accept to be imprisoned. We are doing this simply because this and this has happened. And everybody in the cell here is protected. No one will escape.
Okay.
So don't shoot at us.
All right.
And indeed, they were shooting at us to the extent one of us was shot at the leg. Yes.
Did they survive? Did he survive? The one who was shot?
He survived. He survived. That is where the name 7 October movement came from.
Okay.
The 7 October movement stands as a symbol of solidarity from that day, standing together, and the resilience.
Yes.
And a disciplined resistant formula that was done that day.
Okay, so
Yes.
is that also the name of the political party in which you're going to be asking South Sudanese, citizens to vote for you on, or is there another political party?
Actually, what happened in South Sudan is a bit strange.
What do you mean?
I am going to break it down.
All right, please do.
Yes. In South Sudan recently, I don't know who decides, whether it is the political parties council that decide or the ruling party that decide. We yet to know. To register a political party, they came out with a condition that you need to pay $75,000. How much is that in shillings?
This is US dollars.
US dollars, not a South Sudanese pound. 75,000 US dollars.
Let me tell you how much that is in Kenya shillings. That is 9.75 million Kenya shillings.
That is the amount you need to register a political party in South Sudan. And when they declared this, we disputed it. We took it to court, but it didn't go through.
Wait, why 75?
The CJ went and sat on it until he was relieved, and the thing became law automatically. So we are not willing
to register a party,
to make politics an entrepreneurship or an enterprise. To pay $75,000 to register a political party, $75,000 US dollars is enough to put 3 water tanks in 3 villages. It can also put up a health facility in our country. So we are a political movement, and I am going to run as an independent candidate.
Hold on, Mheshimiwa. We call political leaders here Mheshimiwa, so I'll refer to you, Mheshimiwa, enough times, yeah? So you want to tell us that, first of all, how many political parties are in South Sudan, if you are aware?
There are many, but what they registered so far are 39.
And all of these paid $75,000 US dollars to be in the register of political parties in South Sudan.
I am not sure. I cannot tell you yes or no, because these 39 registered political parties are the ones that are making up the government today, the government of national unity. So no anyone from outside who has managed to register. So we could say they put out this law to block people's voices like us.
Okay.
And for themselves, they have the money because they are in the government.
Okay.
Or they might have an exception or an exemption for themselves.
All right. This is the first election that we are having in South Sudan. I know South Sudan is a young country. How old is South Sudan right now?
South Sudan is 15 years old.
Why is this the first election we're having?
It's quite interesting. South Sudan was supposed to hold its first election in 2015. But before 2015 arrived, there was disagreement within the ruling party, SPLM. And that disagreement led to the civil war of 2013. The disagreement happened between the chair of the party and his deputy. Yes. And this later on dragged the country into a civil war. That civil war lasted for 2 years.
Okay.
And in 2015, international community and the regional bodies exerted effort, and the peace was signed in 2015. The parties were brought back to Juba. That peace did not last long.
Okay.
Some few months, and it's collapsed again. There was a confrontation between the guards of the president and his rival, the deputy, that went into a dogfight within the presidential palace.
What?
Within the presidential palace.
So the guards of the president and the guards of the vice president clashed.
Clashed within the presidential palace. And that peace collapsed that same night.
And when you say clash, you mean they fought, they shot at each other?
People died.
They shot at each other within the presidential palace.
Within the presidential palace. While both principals were inside the palace having a meeting. You can't believe that.
All it was in the papers.
Yes, and
that is some jungle business.
Yes,
right there.
and that peace collapsed. One party has to withdraw, running with his forces, and that became another full-scale war.
Okay.
It took us another 3 years, up to 2018, for another peace to be signed.
Okay.
It is that peace that was signed that is having the government we have now, called the Government of National Unity, Revitalized Peace Agreement. Yes. It was in 2018.
Okay.
The lifetime for this government, or for this agreement, was supposed to be 36 months. And after 36 months, arrangements were to be made, the country goes for elections. But since then, appeared no political will for the implementation of the requirement that were put by the agreement.
Yes.
For a country to face the way for it to go for elections. So they were dragging feet, and what they keep doing was, when the time approaches, to come out with excuses and extend.
Okay.
They have extended so far for 3 times. Last time they extended it was 2 years ago.
All right.
They extended it for 2 years. And that time limit is ending by this December.
All right.
And that's why the country is going for its first ever elections after independence after 15 years.
And everything is ready. You have what we have here, the IEBC.
An electoral commission.
You have an electoral commission. You have your candidates. You're one of them, of course. How many candidates, by the way, do we have for the presidency? How many candidates do we have for the presidency?
So far, I have myself, and I've heard about the current president's being announced by his party.
Okay.
The rest did not yet come out opened.
All right.
So we could talk of only 2.
So as
per now.
It is you and the incumbent.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Why do you want to be president?
On the readiness, let me first answer the readiness, whether the country is ready for election, everything is in there or not. Yes. We have the National Election Commissions available. But there are many other requirements that are not in place.
Such as?
This National Election Commission's complained last week about the fund not being released for them to start their work. And imagine the date for the election is December 22nd. So as we are speaking today, we are left with only 5 months.
Yes.
Or less. Yes. Up to now, the voter registration has just been launched, but has not started. So we don't know how many people are going to vote. This is another contention point. Second, South Sudan has done census in 2008 when we were still one Sudan. And the population census that was given by the Sudan was disputed by South Sudanese. Like, this was not the real figure. And it is that census that people now want to use to conduct these elections. Yes. That is another problematic issue. And,
So
and could tell you the readiness of the peoples to go to these elections has a lot of challenges involved.
So the voter register isn't clean.
It isn't clean.
Okay.
And if we are also to think deep on another thing involved, if we are using the 2008 census to conduct election in 2026,
yes,
you have a whole segment of generations that you are excluding. Someone who was born in 2008 today
is eligible to vote.
But
they are not on the register.
Think about someone who was underage in 2008.
Now they
are now of age. They are in their 30th. So you are trying to exclude the whole segment of generations.
Okay.
These are other things involved. But nobody's talking about them simply because we have a high political censorship, like in my country. There is no political space. And you are talking about country going for elections in the next 5 months.
Mheshimiwa, when you say there is no space, are you talking about, for example, the freedom to campaign, to come to radio stations like this one and have conversations on policy? What do you mean by space?
Exactly. That's what I mean. You have a kind of aggressive surveillance introduced by the incumbents to the extent, if you want to have a gathering, even if it is just a wedding, you have a wedding, you have to go and get approval from the National Security Service.
For you to have a wedding?
For you to have a wedding. And not only the approvals. Yes. After you have the letter of approvals, you will have an invited members from them that will just come and be seated there to hear what people are saying.
To be a witness.
To be a witness.
That indeed there is a wedding.
This is the level of... There is no political space.
Okay.
Yes. So up to now, 2 days ago, one of the registered political parties made an allegations that he went to his constituency and he was blocked by the governor of Central Equatoria State from campaigning. Yes.
So we have governors.
Yes, there are.
How do they come to power? Are they elected? Are they appointed?
Everything we have today is the government of national unity based on the revitalized peace agreement of 2018. So this is a government of the parties. Everybody is appointed, including the members of parliament. And one man, the president, has the power to fire and hire anyone.
Even the members of parliament?
Yep. Yes.
You want to tell me, Mheshimiwa, that people in South Sudan have never voted in their entire life?
Ever.
So I could be in South Sudan as a citizen and I have a member of parliament that I had in no way, shape or form. I did not choose that person. I do not approve perhaps of that person, but that person represents me in the parliament.
Exactly. Those are the members of parliament we have today. And beyond that, we have a parliament that is composed of 550 members. These are not our constituencies. These are representative of the parties that have the agreements.
What is the population of South Sudan, if you have the figure?
Estimated by now to be 13 million.
13 million?
Yep.
500 you said 500 and what?
550.
550 members of parliament.
For 13 million only. How many do Kenya have?
Us. It ranges. Some say 58 million, some say 55 million.
No, I mean
members of parliament.
Yes, what is the
350 elected and nominated?
You see, you have over 50 million or close to 50 million represented by 350 in the parliament.
Yes.
For us, we have 13 million populations represented by 550 members in the parliament. You can imagine the level of wastage of the country resources.
How much does a member of parliament earn, Mheshimiwa?
I am not really sure, yes, but one thing I'm certain about, they have a lot of allowances.
Okay.
They have dress allowances, they have housing allowances, they have medical allowances, and all these are not less than 20 to 50,000 US dollars.
20
to 50,000 US dollars.
Monthly or yearly?
They can get it twice or thrice in a year.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
And beyond this, you might have heard about the level of corruption in South Sudan. We have a government that is not transparent. We don't know how our taxes are collected. We don't know how they're spent.
When you say you don't know how they're collected, do you have a revenue authority?
We have a revenue authority. We have all the establishment of the government. What we do not have is a transparent government that make information available to the people.
If I may ask you, do you know of an African country that has a transparent government?
Kenya is one. Because even as the foreigners who are here living in Kenya are able to assess some informations that are government, that government put out for some formalities of accountability.
Why is it that you think that there is that form of, say, accountability in a country like Kenya? Do you know why it exists?
Yes.
Okay.
We heard about the devolutions, and Kenya now, want to be the supreme authority of their country, which is supposed that is how it is in every country. Yes.
And we have a constitution.
And they have a constitution that has divided the roles and responsibilities. And also, one thing I like so much about Kenyan citizens is they always watch out. They look for informations. They care. They are playing that bossy roles. They know they have assigned these people. And we must always look at them. And if they don't come, we ask.
If they don't come, we go to them.
We go to them and ask.
We greet them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I want to...
As you're framing it, let me ask the question. Do you have a constitution that gives the people of South Sudan this rights similar to the ones you see in Kenya? Okay. Do you have a constitution? Let's start there.
Yes. We have a very nice constitution, by the way. And even when they sign agreements and they come amended, they only change some few areas to let the government of agreements functions. But basically our constitutions gave the people of South Sudan a supreme authority. Even the censorship I was talking about here, our constitution speaks of freedom of expressions, freedom of assembly, freedom of associations. All those are there. See, and roles to the three wings of government are also very clear in that constitutions. The executive plays its roles, you have the parliament playing its roles, you have the judiciary and things like that. The issue here is nobody is like implementing that constitution. It literally, I may say, it is suspended. And how does it get suspended? Is when the war happened and people come in with a kind of an agreed government. This is somehow they got our constitution suspended and people happen not to have a voice. And then within the corridors of all those, a kind of dictatorship is developing somewhere because you cannot associate or link now logically how this government of agreement, you connect them with the national security that censor everyone. How did this came about? Yes. Why do we have to take a permission from you to assemble in my house for the wedding of my son when Constitution already spoke about that?
Yes.
These are critical questions that all of us need to ask.
Okay.
Yes.
Does that apply, by the way, to South Sudanese citizens living outside South Sudan? Do they have to inform the government of South Sudan that they are having a wedding?
What I mean here is not only about the wedding.
Yes.
And this happened when you are within their territories, not beyond South Sudan.
Okay.
What I mean here by you taking a permission for a wedding, not only a wedding, but any kind of assembly.
Yes.
So you don't just do it without going to take a paper or for the permission from the people, from the national security or the authorities.
The reason I'm asking...
This is what I mean here.
Okay.
Yes.
No, the reason I'm asking is because I recently was the MC at a South Sudanese wedding. Both the bride and the groom were South Sudanese nationals, and I remember seeing a lot of military men. And now that you're mentioning this, I was asking myself, is that what happened? But perhaps they were just family members, so maybe. How
did you know they were military men?
Uniform.
They were in uniform and in their attire and everything.
And they were also introduced according to their rank.
Meaning they were in the ceremonial garments.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they were introduced as...
To some extent, they may come in with their machines.
General this one, Lieutenant this one, Colonel this one. At one point I was asking, are we in a wedding or a military gathering? Because there were so many of them. Yeah, but I just wanted to understand that aspect. Getting back to the conversation, why do you want to be president of South Sudan? What do you think you want to change or introduce to your country? and for your people?
There are many things we want to change. And we now want to deal with priorities. Now, South Sudan politics is full of violence. First of all, we want to remove violence from our politics. Political competitions does not require us to have like an army behind us so that when you and I disagree, we get to fall back to people fighting and innocent people get displaced and other things that comes with war. Same system is mismanaging our national resources. Imagine we only have a population of 13 million, and the country is so rich in oil, the fertile lands, and non-oil revenue. If I would tell you, South Sudan make 160 million every month only from the oil.
This is US dollars?
Yes.
Okay. Every month?
Every month.
Okay.
Every month. You can calculate that how much is that in a year. And if we are to divide only that 160 million US dollars in a month to the population we have, each one of us have an income of around 24.31 US dollars in a month. You're not working. Yes. Put this in 12 months. Yes. Suppose every South Sudanese alive today should be a millionaire. And we can develop our country in no time to whatever modern state we want it to look like. But what do you see? You see over 70% of our population is in poverty, depending on the humanitarians to survive, despite country making all those money. This is another reason that called for a young leadership like us,
right,
to step in and try to fix things. We are not blaming our older generation, the liberators. Human being has a limit to everything they can do.
Yes.
These people have won us the independent country. And from the human nature of things, they feel entitled. We brought it for you. And the reason to why now they're clinking into everything, it is that entitlement mentality, while they have nothing to deliver. Mental capacity, age-wise, everything.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's talk about basic things, Hesh. In terms of what has the current regime has delivered, water, do the people of South Sudan have sufficient water? Clean water, not just water, but clean water?
I said over 70% of our populations is depending on the humanitarians. We don't even have a single infrastructure, including roads. A simple road connecting town to another towns are not there. And millions of US dollars have already been embezzled in the name of those projects.
Okay.
And individuals became rich, and those projects were not done. Including our primary health care is being taken care of by humanitarian, ICRC and other international
the UN,
the UN and other international organizations that are dealing with health sector. Yes, we have mothers dying in giving birth to children today because there's no medicine in the schools. Wait a minute, our referral hospitals, the Juba teaching hospitals, was built by China on donations. On the water projects, we have JICA, the Japan something corporations, came into Juba trying to provide clean drinking water to the capital, only Juba. But that project did not even also proceed. It was started. Yes, the establishment was started.
Yes.
But nothing materialized up to today. So people in Juba, the capital city of South Sudan, are drinking direct water from the Nile that are fetched by water benders who are using tanks. Yes,
the water bowsers.
The water bowsers.
Right.
Yes. You go get direct from the Niles. They moved around the residential areas and people buy them. It is you to go and treat
your own water.
Your own water in the house. And that's why you could see waterborne disease in South Sudan, particularly Juba, so common. People are always sick with malaria. People are always sick with typhoid and
dysentery and so on.
Things like that. So nothing, literally nothing.
Can I ask what the literacy rate in South Sudan is?
Literary rate in South Sudan by now can be over 24%.
Literacy rate is over 24%?
Yes.
Has it reached 30 yet?
Not.
Schools?
Not.
How are schools there? The education system, basically. That's what I meant.
Yeah. You can tell the existence of many South Sudanese here in this city,
Yes.
going to school at all levels, from primary to secondary to universities, is an evidence that there are no schools back home. Yes, there were schools, but the levels is low, the environment is low. Teachers by now went for maybe 18 or 16 years, or 16 months. Not being paid their salary.
No way.
Yes. You cannot believe this, but
So
I'm telling you the truth.
How do they survive?
This is the questions. But the answer is, South Sudan are communal society, depending on each other. This is where we came from. So, literally, I may say, people are depending on their relatives. And people are begging one another here and there. Others resorted to go back to their villages and depend on their livestock and maybe the crops that come out from their land.
Yeah.
So that will tell you there's no teaching. Yes.
Speaking of which, how is the agricultural sector as well?
Nothing literally from everything that government has tapped. At least to help the peoples, not at all. If you cannot make physical infrastructure,
right?
How are you going to cultivate? You need a road to get you to the garden. You need a road also to take that harvest from the garden to the market.
Very true.
So you don't have the road from the first place.
So the government doesn't even provide seedlings or fertilizer.
I don't know how this government of ours understands the roles of the government, but I could guess these people think they are there to take from us or take our resources on our behalf, go sell them in the international market, and put them in their pockets. They are not providing anything, and they are not even ashamed when 71% of their population is being fed by the humanitarian organizations.
Mheshimiwa, does South Sudan do trade with other countries? I'm asking this because I'm getting to learn a lot about your country today. Yeah.
We do, and maybe I may call it informal.
Explain, please. Yes.
Yes, because if we are not, if the country directly not having a clear system of managing these kind of external trades with other countries, and the whole country is not benefiting from it, I cannot call that one as formal.
Okay.
So South Sudan indeed is doing business with Kenya is one of them.
Okay.
We have Kenyan Airways flying to South Sudan. We have Equity Bank is in South Sudan. We have Stanbic Bank. We have KCB. And we also do trades with Uganda. Yes, we have all the food items, the consumer goods coming from there.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there anything that you export out of South Sudan?
We only export oil for now. We only export oil per now.
Absolutely. There's no animals that are sold outside your country. Do you manufacture anything?
Not at all. And, that's why I'm telling you, we have a government that some of us wonder if at all they have a sense, and if they do ask themselves, what is our role? What are we doing? What is the government supposed to do? And that was why I was guessing that these people maybe are thinking government is something that should just sit there, collect money from us, take our resources on our behalf, and make them their own.
So the people
because they are not providing anything in every sector.
Mheshimiwa, so the people in South Sudan that actually work, the working class of South Sudan, what work do they do? Apart from working in maybe what you've said, some of the banks that are there, what do people do in South Sudan for work?
People, absolutely. People are soldiers, people are police, people are police, people are teachers, people are traders in the markets, and others are cultivating, subsistence farming. Yes, other are cattle headers. Yes. And these are normal things people were doing before the establishment of the government.
Yes.
So it is these people now that government is putting a lot of pressure on them, like especially the traders, those who are in the markets. Yes. You are going to collect tax from them because this is the only thing this government know. But in return, you're getting nothing.
Let me ask this question. Would you say South Sudan is self-sufficient in food? Do you have food security?
I am talking about the self-sufficient individuals who cultivate his or her own farm.
Yes.
But the whole country is not self-sufficient because they are not even farming.
So what do they do if they're not farming?
I'm talking about the government here, sir. Yes. I'm talking about the public projects or the large-scale kind of corporations that maybe government is empowered or...
Those don't exist.
Don't exist.
So essentially subsistence farming.
Subsistence farming. An individual like me having some few acres, ancestral land that I can cultivate a bit of onion, banana for my consumption, and sometimes it is not enough. And that's why over 70% of our population depend on the humanitarian. It's simply because of that. Yes, you have sometimes drought, you sometimes have floodings, and government has no disaster readiness plan. Yes, so people are literally left alone.
So essentially it's like the government is independent of the people.
Maybe that's how we can call it.
I'm sorry, it's not funny, but it's because of how City has put
everything I'm hearing has led me to believe that you have the government and then you have the people.
So it's like the way you like saying the government lives on Mars, then the people are here on Earth.
Yes, it's something of that sort.
Exactly.
And every once in a while,
they meet somewhere.
They meet somewhere in between when the government wants to collect taxes. Yes.
Exactly. And that's what I was asking, what do people do for work there? Because I would like to understand these taxes that teachers are paid with and the soldiers and the police.
No, wait.
Teachers
are not paid. Are soldiers paid?
The whole country went for more than a year without salary.
So what happens?
Even the soldiers.
Even the soldiers.
So what happens with the oil revenues?
Let me talk to you about our diplomatic missions. Our embassy here in Kenya, I think it was last year, they were taken to court by their staff, Kenyan staff that were working in the embassy. They went for 18 months unpaid, and they took the embassy to court.
Yes, Kenyans would do that.
Yes.
Okay. Were they paid eventually?
I don't know. I did not follow up the case. Maybe they settled it
somehow
behind tables.
There's a question here from
on the tables.
One of our viewers. He's called Kyoko. Kyoko is asking, ask whether he knows if there are other forces behind the conflict and the siphoning of oil and gold from South Sudan, for example, like Kenyan tycoons and the United States. Are there other forces behind the problems that we are seeing in South Sudan other than the government, perhaps, of South Sudan?
No. I don't know if there are any other forces. And if they are there, you cannot rule out or tell about the proxies. And usually or always when there is chaos, when there are crises, other people get involved in a way or another.
Okay.
And given South Sudan, a very rich country in minerals, in the time of total breakdown of the law, anyone who want to collect whatever you want to collect can come in.
Okay.
And you coming in and there are people fighting there, and you have to find a friend. Because how do you get there and collect what you want to collect without someone being your friend in the parties to the conflicts?
Okay.
So in that sense, there might be
Okay.
an external that are involved. But I cannot point a finger on anyone's that this person is involved, because the conflict entirely is a South Sudanese making.
Okay.
Yes, it started within the ruling party. And it is fought by South Sudanese themselves.
You mentioned JICA has done a few projects within South Sudan. Yes.
Yes.
You also mentioned China, I believe you said.
Yes.
Did you mention
China is the one making production about oil.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we
they're
inherit
the ones producing the oil.
Yes, we inherit them, by the way, from Sudan. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And by virtue of that, so part of their corporate social responsibility is some of the philanthropic work you've mentioned.
Great. And we will come talk to that. I didn't see China doing any kind of philanthropic work or giving back to the community, or even taking measures on the environmental effect the production of the oil could do to the land.
Okay.
And I don't blame them anyway, simple because this regulation was supposed to be given to them by their partners, which is the government.
Yes.
Yes. And many things happened, by the way, in the oil producing states.
Okay.
There are children born deformed as a result of. And these people are not even doing the oil production ethically.
Okay.
Yes. The disaster is everywhere. And we are afraid in a few years to come, that land, everything might be lost, including the biodiversity, the human being which is there, because the oil spill can get into the water. They themselves, the engineers that are working in that field, don't drink water from the water sources that are there. They travel with their water from Juba. Imagine about the locals.
And the locals have to consume that water.
They have to consume that water. Yes. So China has not implemented any one law of this kind of manufacturing of trying to give back to the community. And yes, not at all.
And JICA, what are the Japanese doing in South Sudan?
JICA was in this water project. Yes. JICA was in the water project. Yes, and they have the establishment in Juba.
Okay.
I don't know what happened and where the project stopped and what are the obstacles along the way. I don't have those details.
Okay. Now, in terms of your path towards the presidency, how easy or difficult is it? And do you have opinion polls that can say that this is your share as far as possible outcomes of the elections might be?
The difficulties start with us not having a political space. That's one the challenge we can count on. Secondly, up to today, the whole country do not know the registry or how many people are going to vote. And as I also earlier said about the whole segment of generations being excluded from the census that these people want to use to conduct the upcoming elections, there are still a lot of questions unanswered.
Okay.
Yes,
But
for now.
yeah.
So all these we call them obstacles. They're challenges. But we believe there is a solution to everything. You know, these elections, there are a million doubts around it, including the government itself, who is singing the elections without a clear preparations. If you ask South Sudanese today, a common man, you see that unimaginable level of hopelessness.
Yes.
Everyone believes that this election is not going to happen. Yes. But the government is insisting that it is happening despite the unpreparations.
Yes.
Yes.
So why do people feel that this election may not happen?
Simple, because
it has never happened before.
It has never happened before once. And another requirement, because election is not an event, it is a process. So they see there are processes that leads to election that are not taking place. Again, how do you call us for a match when we only see one team rehearsing and other team are not allowed even to speak to their members? So they have already made a decision or judged that even if it happened, this is not going to be free kind of elections.
Okay.
And secondly, people have it that this government just want legitimacy, because there is a question of legitimacy after the expiry of your last extension. Yes.
So they just
and the agreement that put you in government was an agreement of only 36 months. You extend it now to 6 years.
Yeah.
And last time you extended for 2 years, you told us this was the last. So when these 2 years elapse and nothing happens, no proper transition plan in place, there's a question of a legitimacy.
Okay.
Yes.
So they just want this election.
All these combined, that is why there are a lot of doubts around. Yes.
So they just want this election so they can say, but we were elected on, you said it is
22nd.
So they will say, we were elected on the 22nd of December, so we are a legitimate government.
Yes.
Sorry, you wanted to add something?
Yes.
Please do.
And never now, we are not sure whether this election is going to be a general election or a presidential election. Only nobody is sure. Simple, because you have some areas, some constituencies that government, even the president himself, cannot go today.
Why?
They are under control of the oppositions.
Yes. Okay, let me just... Okay. This government of national unity, does it have members of the opposition in it?
Yep.
Okay. So, how does it therefore arise that certain areas that are strongholds of the opposition, the president of the government cannot go to?
Interesting questions. And I would advise regional members, including Kenya, please, South Sudan is one of the East African members. Follow its politics. Most people in East Africa here don't know what is exactly happening in South Sudan. And that is why sometimes, even IGAD, when they come in, they want to solve our problems, they end up managing it. They end up managing it.
But do you
yes,
really...
what happened is this.
Yes.
Yes, what happened is this, and it was even on the news. After the peace agreement was signed, and the rivals, who is the Vice President Dr. Riek, went back to the country, his forces split. Some did not agree with him that people should go back to Juba, and they remain outside, including the chief of general staff for his army. So there was a kind of a loose army that was still in the bush even when the peace agreement was signed. In March 2025, they waged a war in one of the states called Nasser. This was a serious war to the extent a general was killed there. Two UN peacekeeping missions were also killed there. So now the president, who is the rival to the vice president, came and used this one on Riek and arrested him in Juba. He's under trial as we speak.
Yes.
Today he's going to court, maybe the session number 105. Many South Sudanese citizens believe that this is a kind of a political
It's called a witch hunt.
Yes, a witch hunt. Yes. So that one has brought back the full-scale war.
Oh dear.
Members of REACT who were in the put in parliament by this agreement, Deputy Speaker Nathaniel Wiyet left the parliament and is now outside leading the forces. And they are putting pressure from the outside. So the war has already begun. So these people who are outside, that including their new chief of general staff, also escaped Juba, and they went and controlled territories in the Upper Nile regions, including Akoba and the area where people fought Nasser. Yes. So insecurity is not only in those areas where it is high. There are so many areas that president himself cannot go. You also have General Thomas Chirillo, a leader of an outfit called National Salvation Front, also has his own territories.
If the president went to those regions, what would happen to him? You say he can't go.
He can, of course, because he don't have control over that area. You have to go there in a place where you control. Let me give you an example in our scenario with the Sudan, when Dr. Garang was controlling areas, he called liberated areas in South Sudan, and the government in Sudan has to conduct elections. Government in Sudan Bashir cannot come to control areas that were resided by the SPLA. That can be a different story. And if you are to do it, you must send your own forces first to go clear the area, and then you come a kind of 5-20 minutes coming. That is to prove a point that I can come here.
Yeah.
But that would not be. This is not how election campaign are supposed to happen. Yes, that is why I'm saying president cannot go. But if you want to use pose and go there on a chauffeur or something, yes, of course you can.
But something I don't understand here. These political formations, are they regional? For instance, SPLA, is it a regional party, or is it people from all over South Sudan who are members?
Good questions. SPLA, from the very beginning, was not a regional thing. It was for the marginalized people of South Sudan.
It was a national party.
It was a national party for the marginalized people of Sudan, including Nubia were there. People from northern Sudan who feels marginalized were there. Darfurian were there. But we have the leaders we have today are trying to sow a seed of divisions. And how did this happen? There is already establishment during the wartime, because the wartime you mobilize your own group, mobilize them to join the SPLA. They go get trains. Mostly those are from your village or maybe from your tribesmen. Yes. Okay. So when when these two figures disagree, they fall back to their communities.
Okay.
Yes, and this is how this thing now turned to look like a tribal kind of thing or a regional kind of thing. So all these issues are involved, not the SPLA, SPLM being a regional organization or that thing.
Wesh, how many ethnic groups do we have in South Sudan? How many tribes are there?
We have 64 tribes.
Huh?
We have 64 tribes.
64?
Yep.
And the largest communities are?
The largest community are Dinka, according to records, followed by Nuer, followed by Zande.
Okay.
That is population-wise. But also all these are the same census that was disputed.
The 2008 one?
Yes. So all the figures that we have there still remain to be proven. Yep.
All right. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. Unfortunately, that's all the time that we have. But I'll let you have the closing remarks. Any last words?
Yeah, the last word is, let me speak directly to the people of South Sudan. Despite all the doubts that we have around these elections, this election provides us with an opportunity that if we use it well, we can reset the button and stop the displacement, stop all the disappointment, stop the stagnations, and be able to change the narratives that we are now known to be the country struggling for peace and all that. So we can change this narrative to a country, effective country, self-reliant country, a member of international community that can contribute to international problems. South Sudan resources can be used for humanity. We can help if we put our house in order. We can help the whole world on thing to tackle the environmental change with the resources we have and make world a better place for all of us. And to our regional friends and international community, I also want to say the problem in South Sudan or any breakdown of the law in South Sudan will not only remain within the South Sudanese borders. So I am pleading and asking everyone to pay attention on what is happening in South Sudan and try to help South Sudanese get out of the situations they are in. We cannot manage the crisis in South Sudan. Managing something is temporary. And this one appeared to be a system. And if it is a system that is affecting all of us in a way or the other, you get affected by the cross-border immigrations, and other person get affected by donating their coins to help the displaced person. We should find a way to solve the problem in these neighborhoods. Let's pay attention, know where is the problem. Is it from the culture? Is it political elite? And what should we do to help this country stabilize? And one opportunity history avail for all of us is these upcoming elections. We are inviting international observers. We are inviting the regional governments to come in and help South Sudan, given that this is the first ever election in South Sudan. So none of us knows how to even vote. We are calling everybody to come in and help South Sudan get out of the situations. By coming in, understanding what is going on in South Sudan as well, would help people understand exactly what are the root causes and where the problem is. And if we are a bloc, like an East African bloc, I believe we have values that put us together as a bloc. Okay. And if there are some leaders within this bloc that are misbehaving, that are causing all of us problems, I also believe there are mechanisms we put together to put these people in line or regulate them. And if there is one member within our member that is giving all of us chaos all the time, we should also have mechanism in place on how to deal with him. And if this guy is not listening, from the African culture, if you're not listening, you need to be isolated. We are not doing business with you. Yes. So okay. I believe they hold the key and they have a power to regulate the behavior of the South Sudanese leaders who are not thinking about the suffering of their peoples, who are not thinking about the state and the situations they have taken our country into.
Okay. Thank you so much for this conversation. I have really learned a lot about South Sudan. And I perhaps wish the next time we have this conversation, if the election will not have been done, at least we shall have a president in the studio.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
All the best.
All right. All the best.
Folks, see you tomorrow morning, bright and early at 6 a.m.